I am live here with some special little people.
Little.
Little.
Plus, I weigh myself as 215 and like 6 foot. I won't call that little.
I am here with the one and the only BDD Gaming,
How's it going, everybody?
and I'm also here with Real Fanning Jonah and Luke.
Hello.
Hello.
Also, BDD is also streaming this on his channel as well, so make sure you go check him out as well.
I sure am. Go check out BDD Gaming on YouTube there. Got the stream going right now and going to be doing some Zelonka in the background.
And as of right now, I'm just going to have the menu up because we're going to be talking here for a little bit, then I'll get into the game. How's everyone doing today?
I'm
Doing great.
pretty good. How about you?
Have better days.
Uh-oh. Haven't we all? Yeah, I'm doing fantastic, but yeah, let's hear it. What's going on with you?
Just a lot of problems, that's all.
Oh, no bueno.
So, yeah, it's nothing I really want to tell with a stream, so.
Can understand that.
So.
Yep.
I'd say, how about we talk about the fact that Giants is on holiday and I'm not on holiday? They should be working like I am.
Giants!
Yeah, Giants actually made a post, which we'll talk about that here in a little bit. So let's just start off with new mods that have come out this week.
Let's do it.
Talk about crazy mods, yeah. So just the other day, we got a new manure spreader that came out. I installed that. I wanted to check it out. That does lime too.
Oh, it does do lime too.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
And it does it at the same working with.
Now, see what I caught about it that I was really interested in is it's a good intermediate between the Brantner and the Howe.
Mm-hmm.
It's what, like 50 grand and about I think it's only like 2,000 liters less than the Haw. So I mean that's not too bad.
Yeah, that's 14,000 liters and it's 12 meters. And well, because you know how some things like some things, you know, when they do lime and fertilizer, I'm gonna highly assume that was a train that was going by. Well, because you know how some things do like manure, or they do fertilizer, and they also do lime. You know, like the lime is usually smaller spread.
Yes.
This spreads at 12 meters, the exact same meter.
Perfect.
Which is super, super nice. Let's see. Oh, we also got a couple British grain sheds, which is not bad. I actually had someone complain about this when I posted the new mods over on this other page. Yeah, they were complaining that how we're getting British sheds but no maps. And I replied with saying, well, I don't know if there's any maps in testing, but it is what it is. Like, whatever comes out, comes out.
Well, and not only that, but it's kind of like comparing apples and oranges. You got a shed, which is, you know, 4 sides and small amounts of detail, compared to a map that's got maybe hundreds of sheds, you know, tons of detail, you know, elevation changes. I mean, there's really not a comparable there.
Right, exactly.
In all honesty, I don't mind Giants being on holiday. I'm just giving them a hard time. They can take their time. This game is still kind of new.
We already know that, Jonah.
I know.
Oh no, I'm bitter. I'm bitter as all can be. Giants get to work.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
No one goes home.
Well, there's also a Christmas pack that came out. It was, for some odd reason, it's for PC and Mac only. I know I reached out to VSR Modding Sir. That is coming to all platforms. There are just a couple things they need to fix with it.
Okay.
The Christmas tree does play music. I don't know
Ooh, fancy.
Jingle bells, jingle bells.
We got to get the songs out early.
Yeah, right. Oh, okay. Well, all right. Well, let's just talk about a big one here, BDD, and I know this would definitely strike you. Multi-fruit buying station from 82 Studio.
Booyah.
Yeah, 10% discount or a 60% discount version.
Oh, yeah.
So, now I was kind of intrigued. Yeah, so far it's got a 4-point star rating from 192 people.
I don't know how it doesn't have a 5-star rating and a million people. Like that one, that particular mod is so incredibly useful, especially for somebody like myself, WillT, anybody who goes on and actually creates content. That kind of a thing right there is just absolutely indispensable. And now that we finally got it, it makes setting up scenarios and doing things so much easier. Think about your favorite content creator. Think of a Driver 53, Mr. Sealy P, anybody like that who goes out and creates these individual BDD. Thank you. Who creates these scenarios. And think of all the work up until this point that they had to do in order to get you that additional information or that bit of content. It's not like they could just, go out and just poof, it's there. They actually had to go through and wait and go through the iteratives and all that stuff. It takes time to do that stuff.
Right. Exactly. I mean, it's certainly stuff I could never do. I mean, like, do like XMLs and stuff like that. Stuff I could never do scripting. Well, there was also an update that came out for the John Deere S700 series from JHE Modding. It was changed on 1.0.0.1, fixed AI pipe discharge. Man, I certainly wasn't having a problem with that, but I don't know if someone else was.
Was that the John Deere Combine?
Yep.
I love that one. That's my favorite.
It's such a lot of options, a lot of detail.
So here's my theory about the John Deere thing, because I read the same thing. I haven't actually used it with the AI or anything like that, but my theory is that I've been seeing a lot of issues cropping up, a lot of game crashes and things like that, and I haven't experienced anything like that with my Xbox, but I've been hearing a lot of people with PlayStations and stuff like that, so I wonder if there's a lot of kind of localized issues, and that was kind of one of them. I wonder if that one was specifically for Xbox and you weren't experiencing it because it wasn't on the medium you were using at the time.
Okay, I got 2 answers for that. Number two is, well, I didn't have any problems on my Xbox or my PC, so I'm not exactly sure, and my first answer is because PlayStation stinks.
What? Hey,
Shots fired.
hey. Shots fired.
I've been shot. Oh no.
Oh no, help.
I'm wounded.
I'm bleeding out.
Ouch. That hurt.
Let's see here. Yeah, there was also an update to the JCB Fast Track 4000 icon from Ross and Mods. So you changed a 1.0.01, fix mirror reflections, fix passenger camera. Now I haven't used that in multiplayer, so I don't know. Oh yeah, and then there was also a change log that came out for the big. Oh, that was one that just came out recently too. Was the big cow barn with lizard feed mixer by Caster DS Agri Service. One holds 500 cows.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're on your way there for the 30,000 cows you said?
Yep.
Yeah, you only need 300 of those. Come on, Will, let's get to it.
I mean, on PC, I do have that ammo extension mod, so yeah.
Okay. Well, I
They
mean,
come out with a big 4X map. You just buy the whole map and just put buildings down everywhere for cows.
Right?
Yeah. And horses and pigs and sheep and chickens.
Yeah.
And yeah.
no, see,
Horses, no.
I've been thinking about this. I've been putting a lot of thought into this. And if Will were to actually do the 30,000 and all that stuff, it occurred to me that what his map is eventually going to look like, and it won't matter what map he chooses, it's just going to look like the cow farm map. Something like that, the kind of flat, basic kind of map. even though he could start with the most elevated and different undulation changes all throughout the map, could be a really mountainous map, he's going to have to go through, flatten everything down to its bare basic, and then just have cow barn, like boom, 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 like just one plot after another after another. It's going to be nuts, and you know what? I'm on board for it.
So you do it,
You have to
Jeremy?
download like a
You will?
bigger map on like the PC, like that's like 3 times, like that's over 4x, like just to put down all the cow barns and chicken barns and all the other stuff.
Yo, imagine like a 4X version of No Man's Land.
Oh, imagine if we actually got that one for all platforms.
Right.
Yep.
Right. Luke, you were saying what?
Huh? I probably mentioned. Oh, yeah. I said, come on, Will, get to it. What's taking you so long?
Dude, I haven't had time. I'm not even kidding you. I literally have not had time.
No?
Which is very unfortunate. Let's see here. Oh yeah, and then just like what was it, Thursday, I believe. Yeah, Thursday we got the Avant series came back from ITS. I never really used that.
I've used it a little bit, and I'm not really impressed with it. I used it back in like 22 and 19. Neither time I was really all that like thrilled with it. It's just a little itty bitty front loader with a few bells and whistles. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure that it serves its purposes for like those really small farms. Like if you get like a British farm where everything's really tight and compact, it would be a dream. But I mean, for most scenarios, for most farm builds, I just don't see it being that useful.
Especially for mine.
Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, imagine you having to ride around that dinky thing on your 40,000 cow farm.
Right. Let's see. Oh yeah, so there was also a FET 7 Vario series that came out from Paul. Oh yeah, and then there was also a modded version of the APE, little tiny little truck.
The little ape.
That came out. Yep. Yeah, there's a modded version. Yeah, that goes up to what is it? There's an unrealistic horsepower. Oh yeah, 175 horsepower.
Oh my goodness.
And a max speed of 175 horse of speed. Yeah.
Woohoo!
Flying.
Now, I will say this. If anybody's familiar with cars, specifically familiar with, I believe they were British, they will be very familiar with something called the Reliant Robin. And what the Reliant Robin was a 3-wheeled vehicle, exactly the same design as this one here. And it's 2 wheels in the rear and 1 in the front. Now, anybody who knows anything about physics will understand why this was the worst design flaw on any vehicle ever. And this specific model, if you look at it, exaggerates that flaw to the nth degree. Now, why is that? Can anybody on this stream tell me why that's such a bad design flaw?
Well, because it could easily tip over.
Exactly. So the Reliant Robin was famous for just going down the street, taking a small turn at small speeds, and then just would literally just topple over. And anybody who's ever seen the show Top Gear will know the episode that I'm talking about when I say that Jeremy Clarkson, now I will say he was being a baboon about it. He was running around being extremely ridiculous, but he's just sitting there just taking corners, and all of a sudden he's just on his roof just skittering along, and he was literally having people just come over to him and tip him back over without getting out of his car.
I've seen that episode. I love it. It's hilarious.
Oh, it's hilarious. But the reason why this vehicle would have that design flaw exaggerated to the nth degree is you can look at it and see that the center of gravity is much higher on that particular design than on any of the Reliant Robins. They were actually very low center of gravity, and they still had that issue.
Right.
That's why if you see any three-wheel vehicles nowadays, it's actually the reverse of that. It's the two wheels in the front and one in the rear. Is that the wide stance doesn't allow the G-forces in the turn to tip you over.
Yeah, kind of like those well, the spider motorcycles.
Exactly.
Two wheels in those row in the back. Or it's the slingshot.
The slingshot,
Polaris
yep.
Slingshot. Let's see here. Oh yeah. One mod I was super happy that came out was the John Deere 620C, 627C from Agritono.
Yeah, the little corn harvester.
No, it's the corn header.
Header,
13.4 meters. 13.4 meters.
It's a pretty good sized header.
Oh yeah.
Now, did that one come with a trailer, or you probably wouldn't have to because the base game would probably work with it?
Yeah, he matched it up with the base game. And then our well, I shouldn't say our, but my lovely little friend. I don't know. I just say that. EED123 came out with this class roll on 520.
Yeah, the little round baler.
Yeah, only makes 125 centimeter bales, but it's super cheap though. Yeah, it's 35,000.
Oh wow.
Not
Yeah,
bad.
that's dirt cheap.
It only requires 90 horsepower. That's it.
Well, especially when you compare that to any of the other round balers that we have on the market, the cheapest one we have is 60,000. That's the Gavile at 60,500. So that's a deal right there. That's half the price.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, and then there was a trailer, the Gentile, I think that's how you pronounce it, or the Gentile BR1104-30. Yeah, by USM or Universum Modding. It's pretty big too. Capacity goes from 45,000 to 71,000 liters.
Well, it's a big old honking four-axle trailer. I mean, that thing is huge.
Oh yeah. I personally haven't tested it out yet or not. Now this other mod, it is for PC only. I know DJ was complaining about it, and I know he reached out to Kenny456 about this, but the auto load wood trailer that came out.
Wait, what?
Oh, the auto load?
Yeah, it's the auto load wood trailer. It's
What was
a
he
PC
complaining
only
about?
one. That's not for all platforms. Because you know how the containers can do auto load basically?
Oh, yeah.
Which I don't think we even got those back in. Oh, you know what? That's right. Giants are adding them back in later on as like a special feature.
Oh, let's go. I can't wait for that.
Yeah, then we have the cattle trailer from DMI. The little cattle trailer. Which I actually found out you can actually store bikes in there too if you want to. Not just animals.
Ha, nice. Oh yeah, it's in the little screenshot pictures there. That's cool.
Mhm.
Now I will say that the cattle trailer is actually one of my favorite mods, specifically because it's cheap. It's dirt cheap. It takes 2 cows, 4 sheep, 4 pigs, $3,000. So that's
super
like
cheap.
it's the perfect starting cattle trailer, animal trailer, period, and really lets you kind of start out with something that actually makes it worth it. One thing I always say in my map tours is, if you want to make it cheaper on yourself and do all this, that, and the other, well then, bring an animal trailer over here and do it yourself, do it manually. Well, oftentimes though, you have to buy in such ridiculous volumes that it doesn't make sense to even lease a trailer to bring up there. Especially the base game equipment. It's all super expensive. Like one of the cheapest base game trailers for animal transport is the Flegel Noah, and that's still $1,200. I mean, if you're having to transport $1,200 worth of any animal, you're talking at bare minimum, 13 cows to be able to break even to make it worth it?
Yeah.
So that's not going to be a starter's transaction. So you might as well just pay the money to transport them.
Exactly.
What, the $50 it is, whatever a head?
I think it's like $100 per adult cow, like a full-blown cow,
Yeah.
and it goes down from there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we got another trailer, the Flegel TMXK. 273. Didn't really use that one much. Not a bad one. Not. That's like a medium-sized trailer.
Yeah, a little 2-axle.
Yep. And then we got the Weiger. I think that's what it is. Ooh. No, not Weiger. Wilger, DK155. That was a base game one in 22, right?
It was, yeah. It's the swivel axle trailer.
Yep. So you're the Strotman trailer, that little single axle trailer. Oh yeah, here we go. North Mounting Company, T-Bone, the Lizard 262 Monster V snowblower.
That is actually a kind of a cool looking little snowblower, because according to the pictures, it shows it's actually hooked up to the rear 3-point links of tractors, so that it actually kind of scrapes along behind you and just kind of ingests everything. But I would again think that it's kind of a design flaw, because you're relying on the tractor or whatever vehicle it's hooked up to be able to actually get enough momentum going for you to be able to just collect the snow behind you. That's kind of the point of like plows and stuff being on the front of vehicles and not on the rear, is that it's moving it out of the way and giving your tires something to grab a hold of.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I know Mr. Sealy P did a mod review off of it. It was picking up everything, every snow in his trail, and just blowing it off to the side. So I guess however you want to look for it, I guess, right?
Oh yeah. Well, what I'm referring to is like a kind of, because this is farming simulator, it would be in real life a design flaw. I'm not saying that this thing doesn't exist in real life or anything like that, but I'm just saying it's not going to be as efficient for the vehicle that's hooked up to be hooked up to the rear for the point that I just made.
Oh yeah, I gotcha. No, that would be big flaw.
You get stuck in the snow before you can even start.
Exactly.
Well, almost like you'd have to get at minimum like a running start and then just slam it down and hope you can have enough, grip to be able to.
Going.
Yeah.
Right.
And hope you're not too high off the ground. Like if the snow's really deep where it won't even touch the ground.
Yep.
Yeah, I believe this is also a new brand from Vertex Design, but Evers Agro Pack that came out. Came with a cultivator, subsoiler, and a grassland roller. I believe Evers is a new brand, I think. Yeah.
Nice.
So there was here's another cultivator that came out. This cultivator is not bad. I mean, it is 4 meters, but it's only $15,000.
Yeah, it's one of those where right now in base game, there's really no point, and y'all disagree with me if you want, but this might even be a hot take. There's really no point to have any other cultivators or anything like that in base game. Am I wrong about that?
No, not at all.
No.
And the reason I say that is because in base game, all you have to do is get the ground into a state in which you can, seed into it. That means that all you have to do is either cultivate, plow, or anything like that. So all you need is just one thing. And if you play with plowing on, like I do, all I have is a plow. I don't care about cultivating. I don't care about, anything like that of the spaders or the disc harrows, anything like that. The only thing I care about, especially now that we finally got it, is the 6, 9, or 12 MT. That's it. That's all I deal with in base game.
They made it where, like, say, you can plow or cultivate, but you don't have to do either or. If you can just do plowing or cultivating and still grow crops.
Well, yeah, and there's no like penalty or anything like that. That's kind of the one flaw that I always thought Giants had in regards to their base game, is that there's no encouragement to use a lot of the different vehicles. As long as you have one, let's say, cultivator, or I'm sorry, one plow, or you have one fertilizer spreader. And honestly, the one that makes the most sense to have is the fertilizer spreader from the Braidel kit. You know, the one that throws solid fertilizer and lime, because you can get the 2 states you need with that one set of equipment. You don't have to do manure. You don't have to do slurry, and you can use it for kind of base applications. Like, you don't have to have the extra equipment and spend money that you don't have, like, right at the very beginning.
Right. I know. I mean, for me personally, I mean, well, because I play realistically to a certain point. So when I plow, then I usually go over it with a cultivator, and then I seed. And then if I'm planting like so if I'm going from corn to corn, then I just use a disc harrow. I don't know. It's just the way that I play. But everyone plays differently.
Well, and that's the thing is, you know, depending on how everyone plays, I mean, that's the great thing about this game is anybody can play however they want to play. I'm just saying, as a kind of bare bones, like, it's not a necessity to have any of the tools besides what is bare minimum. And what bare minimum really means in base game is something to change the ground state, something to put the seeds in the ground, and something to make it grow to more efficiently, which those 3 things can be done with 3 different tools. You don't need the other subsequent stuff in order to make it the realism kind of thing.
Right. Exactly. Let's see. Oh, yeah, and then we got that lovely plow pack. It came with the Pottinger and the Robbie. I think it's so pronounced, Rabe, Robbie. Just a couple small little plows, nothing really major. I mean, what are they, like 2 meters? I think.
Itty bitty.
Yeah, it doesn't even say, honestly. Yeah, it's a 3 furrow. So. Oh yeah, and then we got that e-caster mower, like the ones they use on the side of the roads.
Mm-hmm.
I personally have no purpose for that, especially in farm sim as of right now. But
yeah, same here. It's one of those where the really, I tend to stay away from anything that is a articulating model for mowing, because it just makes it just that level more difficult than it has to be. I mean, pretty much anything, I prefer it to be solidly fixed behind, or if it's going to be trailed, that it's going to be directly behind the tractor itself.
right.
So not like the Vermeer pull behind mower then?
I love that one.
That's a nice one, yeah.
Yeah.
What about like a Batwing there, BDD?
Oh, yeah, the Batwings are fine. Like, the ones where even if you have to separate them, you know, front and rear kind of thing, those are totally fine with me. It's those ones that kind of sit off to the side, or like the trail behinds that sit off to the side. Like, I'm trying to find the example of what I'm talking about. Like in base game, we have the Samaz, which is the one that kind of drops down to the side, but it's fixed, like it doesn't go anywhere. But the Vermeer, the TM1410, that's the one I'm talking about, to where it can ride behind you, but it's meant to actually like swing off to the side.
Yeah.
I got you. Oh, also, one of my favorite rollers came back. It's like the perfect starting roller. It's the double Hydroflex 5.2 hydraulic. That's a great starting off roller.
So, Will, just real quick, anybody who sends any like super chats or memberships, thank you very, very much. I'll be holding those off until the very end of the stream before I announce all that stuff, but I don't want you to think that I'm ignoring you or anything like that. And I hear Jonah giggling in the background, so I have a feeling that he has something to do with this.
Probably.
Maybe.
Maybe.
You never know with him.
Yeah, but what do you think of that roller there, BDD?
The double Hydroflex, that's one I
Yeah.
have downloaded, and I absolutely adore it. Again, it's I'm one of those kind of players because I tend to start my Let's Play series and things like that. I tend to start them with either the base equipment or I start them with, a kind of handicap. So there's always something I'm building towards. So that's one of the things that really kind of makes it to where you are able to start out easily. You're able to start out small, and at $3,100 and having a 5.2 working width, 5.2 meter working width, it's really cheap. So it's perfect for the starting farm. It's small, so you're not having to like really worry about, okay, well, right now the base game one is either 46.5, so 46,500, or 115,000. It's ridiculous. But what's really cool about it is, again, $3,000 for 5.2 meters or 46.5 grand for 12 meters. So you're talking for what are you talking? We're talking $43,000 less. You're only getting just under half the working width. I mean, that's a huge cost to width savings that you're getting with the Dalbo.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's like the perfect. If you're looking to start out with a roller, this is the perfect roller. Oh yeah, and then we got the base game Tefler Weeder back.
Yes. Yep. Again, one of my favorites right there. I love that one.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and then from Jasper.
Uh-oh.
How you doing? Oh yeah, and then we got that tree waste rake from an MMC, which
North Modding Company.
I personally would never use that mod.
No. It's definitely North Modding Company. It is definitely one of those manufacturers, one of those modders that are extremely forestry heavy.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And unless you're one of those kind of players who's like just a tree hopper, that's all you're really interested in doing, then a lot of their stuff is so niche that it's very siloed off.
100%. 100%. Yeah.
Friends coming.
And then we
Toot
got the
toot.
knocking plate from HR Forest. We got the knocking plate, which has to do with forestry as well. Yeah, because you use that, and then and then you can, and then if you have like a pile of logs, you can just knock them to basically make them even with each other.
Yeah, which again, unless you're like a big time forestry person, again, it's another niche maker. HR Frost and Verzergbau, HR Frost and Verzeugbau. There we go. Slow it down there, BDD, and get it out right. They're another manufacturer, another modder who comes out and really makes some really niche forestry stuff. Now, a lot of their mods, same thing with North Modding Company, they're really, really good mods. They're amazing mods if you're in that niche, if that's something that you're really passionate about. But if you're not really passionate about it, then it's one of those that you might not even care to even know about it.
Right. Absolutely. Jasper, who is on the stream with you? That would be BDD,
Hey,
Jonah, and Luke.
AKA
Hey, Jasper.
Jasper, how's it going?
Let's see here. Oh yeah, and then we got what was it from the? That was from the premium edition. It was the Pecan PD 1500. It's the rear pallet fork, like that squared off looking one.
Mm-hmm.
So your Fent weight pack. Oh yeah, and then from DD Mob Passion, we got the Forge Harvester with pipe control.
Yeah, that's another good one. But again, very kind of niche user set. So it's one of those where you have the adjustable sprayer, the output pipe. So it's just one of those that, yeah, you might find a use for it, yeah, you might not, but it's there.
Right. Kloss is asleep. That's good to know.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, right.
I'm fine with that.
Let's see.
He's
Oh
the
yeah.
main one.
Then we also got the Meridian grain bin pack from BC Bueller.
So that one there that's a something I never got to use. Not even got to use. It never really kind of drove me to use a Meridian set where you had to use the augers and stuff, like the independent augers to use them. I don't know. Maybe one of these days it'll be something I kind of hop into, but just not something I really kind of drove myself towards. You know what I mean?
No, I hear you. I hear you 100%. I mean, I use them a lot on my farm build. I used them until that pack, not the pack, the buildings came out from Icus. And then we got the cow shed pack from DMI 20 Normandy. I can't talk. Which I'm kind of upset though, because how big the cow barns are, especially the other one. Like the one is like a double cow shed. And
Oh,
it holds
wow.
100. It holds 140 cows. That's it.
I mean, I am personally, and I don't mean anything ill will about this or anything like that, but DMI, I'm not a huge fan of their mods. It's very, very, again, very niche maker. And unless you're very much into like the Dutch style of farming, mapping, and all that kind of stuff, it's really not going to fit very well with a lot of other styles of maps. It's really going to stand out really poorly. And a lot of their stuff I find oftentimes is broken, or has some kind of flaw or something off with it. It's very, very rare that they don't require some kind of update immediately after releasing.
Right. No, I had that problem with one of their cow barns before, actually. So I hear that. Hear that 100%. Oh yeah, there's Barnlet cows from 750 Ti modding that came out. That holds 30 cows, but it's not a very big building.
Not
though.
big enough. Well,
Yeah.
Oh,
not big enough.
you know what? We could we could throw in a little monkey wrench into Will's plans here. So we're talking, 700,000 cows at this point. What if we sit there and put the stipulation of, well, you can only have barns that hold 30 cows at a time?
No. You only can have one cow per barn.
That would be like literally impossible.
Someone you can when you're done with your map, just create another map that's nothing but one cow barns.
Trying to kill me, man, aren't you?
No.
Oh, and you have to use the milk too. You have to use the milk in productions. You can't sell it either.
Oh, jeez. Let's see here. Oh yeah, and then we got the banana tree, the decoration banana tree.
Meh.
Eh.
Yeah, I took a pass on that one.
Well,
yeah, and then
I understand those players who want to have like decorative touches and flair to their game and all that stuff. That's totally understandable and fine. But I'm one of those kind of players that personally, if I'm having to sit there and plant trees and do all that stuff, then I feel like the map is lacking at that point.
right.
So if I'm playing like, let's say a Brazilian style map, and I'm expecting to see banana trees in that location, well then, and I don't see banana trees already kind of pre-populated on the map, well, I'm going to sit there and be like, okay, this element is missing. You know what I'm saying?
Mm. No, I got you 100% on that one. Well, I mean, because I mean, I can understand people wanting to put them down and all, like on their maps, but me personally, no. I just don't see a purpose for them. That's just me
Not
personally.
happening.
Let's
I'm
see.
more of an American style player now, not a
Right.
European or South American, you know.
Right. Exactly. Let's see here. Oh yeah, and then we got the storage building package from Vertex Design. I actually use that a lot.
That one is a good pack there. It's got several models all tucked in within, and it's just a nice little design. Like, it's a good functional barn set.
100%. Oh yeah, and then our good friend Celebuki releases Workshop.
Booyah! Now we just need his
Celebuki.
maps.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Come on, Celebuki, let's do this.
I mean, it's not bad either. It's $90,000.
I will say the front, like, introductory picture of it is, it's gaudy. It is just absolutely gaudy looking.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It's got the kind of a green roof with the green accents and the red siding. Like,
Yeah.
I understand it's Christmas and all, but come on.
Plus, the worst part is you can't change the roof color, so it's only the side color.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, and that's at least something. At least you can, not have a constant reminder of, old Saint Nick at your farm everywhere you go. That's at least
Right.
cool. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, just that art cover and the screenshots that are within Giants's window there. I think Celebuki could have represented his model a little bit better.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, Jasper, where to go? Team WillT and Team BDD.
Booyah!
How would Team Whiskey Creek?
Oh yeah. See, now I saw this one and I was like, oh, this has BDD written all over it. It's the small workshop.
Yes. Yep.
By
That one's a
Zach
good
Gurr.
one.
Cheapest chips too.
I tell you what, I think it was like $2,500 for that one. If you just want something small and functional on your farm, it's perfect. Now, I will say that one model with the pallets that you use as a ramp, I think that one is aesthetically way more pleasing and something that I would actually put on the farm just to be like, okay, that's there, because I could see my hillbilly self doing something like that.
Right.
Running to my local Walmart, snagging a few pallets, which I've never done.
That'd be Home Depot.
Or
Okay,
your local Home Depot, which I've never done.
Okay, would you
I've
not
done it
tell
a few
them?
times.
What was that, Will?
Let's see here. I said, okay, VDD, what are you not telling us?
I've never done it. Never. Ever.
You sure?
Are you sure?
I'm sure. I'm 100% certain I have never gone to a place and taken pallets from them. Ever.
He goes, let's see here. Jasper says, team class with that. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but it's like that little arrow pointing to the left. And that says Team WillT/BDD.
Oh, less than.
Oh. Let's see here. Oh yeah, and then there was the Stone Bar with Workshop by Swifty. This was not a bad one either. It's a big building.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. No, it looks really good as a kind of a European kind of flavor to it. I'm trying to see if it says anything in the description of what kind of influences it, but it almost looks maybe English to me, kind of like in that kind of style, because it's kind of a mixture of Yeah, like the kind of UK area.
Mm-hmm.
But it's got that like
And,
stone meets brick. You know, it's a nice looking design.
oh yeah, with
Hey, on that
two
note,
hundred
God save the king.
$250,000.
It's a bit pricey.
Yes, it is. Let's see here. Oh yeah, then we got the garages with sliding doors. I don't know. I wasn't a big fan of that one. That one, those doors are weird because it's like those doors that overlap each other.
Yeah, those tend to be really annoying at times. Now, what I didn't really care about for this one is it's got these little like pocket nooks inside the building. And it's one of those where I understand it's supposed to be like the aesthetics and part of the model and all that stuff. But when I see something like that, my immediate thought is, okay, there's not going to be a whole lot that's going to be able to fit in that space. It's going to be empty space, and thus I'm going to be annoyed if I were to install it on my farm because I'm going to sit there and have a constant reminder of there's this empty void here that is just useless, and I can't put anything to use for it.
Right.
And to spend, what is it, like 30 grand for a building that you can't fully utilize, like that, again, just, it weighs on me.
Well, no, I feel you 100% on that one. Yeah, no, I wouldn't install that one. Whack.
Well, BB,
Big
you
fat
may have
goose
never
egg.
taken a pallet, but I borrowed one from my old workplace to move a big block of cardboard.
Yeah, borrowed.
I mean, yeah, but the thing of cardboard only weighed 150 pounds, so I kind of needed to put it on something.
Let's see here. Oh yeah, and then there was the shed with garage by 750 Ti. I thought that was a pretty nifty one because you got like 4 bays with the enclosed one at the end.
That one is nice. That is a good one, especially because the picture they show is the Kloss harvester that's inside the closed door one, which makes sense because that's going to be the one bit of equipment that you use around your farm once a season. So it's going to be utilized, for a very short amount of time, and then it's sitting around the rest of the time. So it would make sense to be in a covered, enclosed, long-term storage spot.
Right. Yeah, 100%. See here. Oh yeah, and they got the machine storage from the exact same modder. That one's not bad.
Yeah, again, kind of the same thought behind that one. It's a nice model, nice stone look to it, where it's got the closable bay doors, different sizes, so you can fit a small harvester in one of them. I think there's actually 2 doors that would fit small harvesters, and then just like normal size tractors will fit in there as well. It's again a nice solid model.
See,
Not gonna work with my stuff.
see. That big old equipment, just like me.
Yeah. Big old
the
US equipment.
oh yeah, well, I mean, this shed's
I have
more like
4
European
mother
style.
beds.
Though.
Got to store it somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, because it's showing what that base game costs, the small one, and it barely looks like it even fits in there. So that kind of worries me.
DVD,
yeah.
the Florida train just went by.
See, then there was also the Pack Sheds BR by Fritz. See, I kind of like that, especially with that weird design with like the enclosed area facing inwards instead of outwards.
It's certainly an interesting design. I like how it's got that really nice rustic charm to it. Like you're out in the middle of nowhere and you're just utilizing whatever it is that you have around you to make it. Like it's got the lodge pole, for the supporters, and it's got the really kind of rustic old looking slats for the fascia and all that stuff. It's a nice little design, but it's not something I could see again really using on any of my builds because one, it doesn't fit an aesthetic here in the States or in like a European style. It's pretty rare that I play a South American or Brazilian map. I actually can't think of a single time I've ever actually have used one.
Never for me.
Thank you, Jasper. I really appreciate that. If you like what you see, subscribe. I appreciate that, man.
Oh, indeed.
Let's see here. Oh yeah, and then there's the Shed Pack by DMI 20 Normandy. They came out with a Shed Pack as well.
Which again, it runs into the same exact issues I was saying before. It's in that Dutch kind of style of modeling, and it's going to be a extremely niche model. If you're not into the kind of Dutch style maps, then it's really going to stand out really, really badly. And as far as I'm aware, there's no like color palette or anything like that that you can apply to it. It's all just a standard kind of greens and bricks and stuff like that.
Right, exactly.
Or if you
Yeah.
live where the Dutch are, that might be appealing, but to us Americans, not so much.
Correct.
Well, yeah, and that's what I'm saying is unless you're willing to play on a Dutch style map and whatnot, it really doesn't fit any other scheme.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Let's see here. Oh yeah, and then see, I like this next one. This one was bad. It was Shelter by Modding Association. It's like the perfect size, if you want to store like a rake or a tedder or something.
Yep, yep. Nice little barn for a nice little price.
Exactly. Exactly. Oh yeah. Now this other one I really liked. And when I saw this, I'm like, oh yeah, this would definitely suit Mr. Sleepy, BDD, and a couple other people. Is the root crop storage? See, it's nice because because you can either get it the way it is, where it just shows whatever's in it, and you just fill it, or you can get one where you actually see it fill with a fill plane.
Yep. Yeah, I absolutely love the root crop storage. I've always loved it. It's just one of those you look at it and it just looks like it serves a purpose. It's got its kind of aesthetics with a nice round dome to it, but at the same time, it's just a silo. It's a silo for our root crops. And if you're anybody who likes to occasionally work on root crops, who doesn't mind the low and slow kind of method, then that kind of storage is absolutely key. And again, details. The fact that you're able to turn on and off the moving plane with it is
Right.
huge.
Right. Exactly.
I got 3 of those on my farm here.
Nice.
Over by where I do my root crops, so I can easily take, once my trailers are full, take them, empty them, go back and fill them back up, so it's easy transport for temporary storage,
Exactly.
And then once root crops are done, I go and empty them, well, most of the way anyways, into my factories.
I mean, and I mean that's it though, is because it's like the perfect kind of storage for something like that. If you just want to keep something together for a short period of time. So, wait, now this one, I don't know your thoughts on this one, man, but I absolutely hated this, and that was the low cost grain silo by ER Shaba.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, and here's why. Number one, false advertising.
Exactly.
And that's really it. That's what it really boils down to. It says low cost grain silo. Okay,
Yeah.
like maybe low cost for the amount of stuff that it holds, but in what world is 40,000 low cost?
Huh?
No. So the 40,000 is for the extension. For the silo
Oh,
itself is 100,000.
I misread that. You're 100% right. Yeah, so
What?
100K.
Yeah, and then 500,000 liters for the capacity.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, you're talking a pretty good
That's not
storage.
low cost.
Exactly.
I mean, you're
Yeah,
talking
so
if you're making the comparison of price per liter stored, maybe that's like low cost, but I mean that's call it something else. Call it anything else. Just call it a silo. Call it a grain silo. Don't call
Silver
it low
silo.
cost.
If you want to make it low cost, you have the ability to make it free, right?
No, Jasper, I don't think that's ever gonna happen.
Uh-oh.
He said everyone sing a song together.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Home,
Jasper,
home
you're
on the
starting to be like
range.
me, buddy.
Where Jasper left. Oh, I'm just kidding. Oh yeah, and then there was the hay storage with ventilation. I thought that was a neat one. That actually came with two different ones. So you got a silo itself, and then you got a factory production.
So that one there is, if I remember it right, yeah, it was nice. I mean, you can have it as either storage or you can have it as the production. You know, for 60,000 for a hay and straw storage, that's okay. I mean, I would have really have liked to have seen not just hay and straw, but maybe hay, straw, grass, like just kind of in general, like holding all the
Right.
kind of loose products kind of thing. But the fact that it only does hay and straw, that one is extremely limiting, and two, it's a yeah, I mean, it's a pretty decent price for 60K. That's pretty expensive.
Mm-hmm. No, I definitely agree with that. Yeah, there was one on 22 that I really liked a lot that converted. I forgot what, it was like the American Silo Pack or something like that. And it came with like a whole bunch. It came with like a pig feed mixer. It came with like a TMR mixer. It came with a fermenting silo. It came with a hay silo. It was absolutely fantastic. Oh yeah, then there was the concrete block silo pack, the bunker silo pack. Now, I was not a big fan of this, but I'm gonna tell you one reason why I like it. And that's because it doesn't bleed through.
So I can understand that. My issue with it is that it's Legos. It's Legos.
Yeah.
Like I cannot look at it without being like, ooh, I want to go and like rewind back to when I was, you know,
My kid.
8 years old and start playing with Legos again. Like
Right.
it's one of those. I don't know. I see the little nubbins on the top of it, and it's like just Legos, 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 Legos. And
Yeah,
I just can't. I just cannot take it serious.
Yeah. No, I definitely hear that one 100%. Yeah, that's why I didn't bother getting it, because I'm like, yeah, I'm like, there's better silos out there. Now,
In other words, you're gonna have too much fun playing with it.
yeah,
I mean, it's not that I would have too much fun playing with it. It was just I would be looking at it, and it's like, why is this in my game? Like, why is this something that I would have purchased? You know what I mean? Like, it just not something that I can take serious.
that's a good question there, Jasper. What
How
would
long
you
does it take
what
for this
what
to go?
what would you do if you got $1 million? Oh, let's see here. I will get a new car. That would definitely pay rent for a year. No, catch up on behind bills.
$1 million only pay you for 1 year. Where do you live at?
Me? I live in New York, dude.
Oh,
I'm shocked that $1 million wouldn't last you all of 5 minutes.
I know, right?
Let's say, give me a
yeah,
pretty nice
fine.
house with that.
I just buy a lot
Buy a
of
house in full. And a lot of trains, yeah.
and the house across the street that's for sale.
um, let's see here. Oh yeah, this one honestly rang for me wise, and I got it installed, and I use the American one, but it's the old grain mills pack by Barton's V3. I do like this one, and I use the old American grain mill version, which is the smaller one.
So, I definitely like that model. I definitely like it. Not something I could ever see myself actually using in a playthrough, just simply because, again, it's just something that is so incredibly niche that just, I don't know, wouldn't fit in most maps.
Right. Exactly. I mean, it's not a bad one. It's not a bad model. I mean, I use it just to have like a small production on my farm, and plus the windmill looks nice.
Oh yeah, no, it's a great model. It's a great production. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just me personally, just not something with the kind of aesthetics in mind. That's something that I would use on my builds. I have it installed. I have it like at the ready,
Yeah.
but I have yet to find a time or a place where I'm like, ooh, let me utilize this mod.
Right. Plus, like, one nice thing I like about it too is that when you start it up, the wheel actually turns in the front.
Yes.
And if you listen very closely, it actually makes that noise, like an actual like creaking noise. It's kind of
Mm-hmm.
neat.
Like the grinding and the squeaks and squeals.
Yeah. Now this next one, don't get me wrong, it's not a bad mod, but like on, hold up, on like Wu-Tang Pentai, I can see maybe Zalanka, but on the American map, Riverbend Springs, I don't see a purpose for it, but it's the stone silo. Now, when I saw this, I'm like, great, a silo you can actually store stones in. Until you realize, no, it's a buying station. So
Yep.
you buy stones.
Yes.
Because on Riverbend, you can just go down, you can go right across the road from your farm and get them for free.
Yeah, as long as you've got the forage pickup, then yeah, you can just pick it up and it's not an issue.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was really disappointed. Again, false advertising. That's what really bummed me out with this particular mod, is that not that I don't appreciate being able to have a place where I could buy stones. I like that, and I like the model that they use. What I don't like is the thought of, oh, it's a place where I can store my stones. It's some place where I can actually, kind of hang on to them off to, separate them off from the rest. No, that's not the case. It's just a buy point, and they called it a stone silo for some reason.
Well, yeah.
Oh no, Ted.
Well, it kind of reminds me of the other mod we just talked about from, what was it, from Raleigh Christie 1, the was it low cost silo?
Yep.
False advertisement. Now this other one, I remember this being the very first mod out production for Lime, but it was the Lime Factory. It was the first one out on 22 as well. $80,000. Then the capacity is 45,000 liters.
I'm stoked about this one. Like, legitimately, I'm so thrilled about it because there's no production point in base game that allow us to make a lime. You have to buy lime, you have to deal with it, and there's only certain things that you can do with stones. So now that we've finally got something that will create the lime. Now, I'm not thrilled about, $80,000 for the production for itself. I mean, that's not bad. That's certainly not the worst price. It's got a 45,000 liter capacity, which, I mean, with the stone contracts and the ways of being able to produce stones, you can get stones way easier here on 25 than you ever could in 22. Basically, the only way you're getting stones is if and only if you're playing on, what's that map called? The Platinum Edition.
Silver Run?
Thank you, Silver Run. If you're playing on Silver Run, then you can do the rock busting and have a forage pickup in order to pick up the leftovers from that. But it was only available on Silver Run, so that's a very niche thing again. And really just your fields. That's really the only other ways that you're getting stones out of the game.
But now on 25, you can go like right down the road on like the American map and just pick them up and put them in there.
Well, you can do the stone picking contracts now for 25, which is amazing. And you get tons of free stone doing that. You keep all of the stone from the contracts. So I don't know if you all have been keeping up with the Let's Play series, but I mean, I've got over 30,000 liters of stones on my farm right now.
Holy smokes!
Oh, I mean, I've been doing the contracts. I've been doing and I haven't touched the facility that's the concrete facility at all. I haven't touched the stones. I've only ever loaded them into the production for sale. That's it. So this is all stuff that I've worked on, and my cousin JP. That's all stuff that we've gotten. So I mean, stones come aplenty here on 25, not like they were in 22.
Right. Yeah, and plus it's a 12 stones to 9 lime ratio, which isn't awful.
No, and that was the other thing I was going to say about it is that the production point itself, it's a small reduction, but I mean that's not the worst I've ever seen. Like the probably the worst volume that I've seen is the reduction by half or the reduction by I think even 3/4 in previous model years. So I mean that's actually not too bad.
Well, plus also the cycles per month too. It's 3,120.
Yeah, it'll produce lime quick. So
Oh
again,
yeah.
it's one of those where I appreciate it being out because now we have something that we can actually really kind of sink our teeth into in regards to lime production and taking us one step closer to become self-sufficient. That's
Right.
again, that's something that really kind of bothers me when it comes to Farming Simulator and the base versions of them. It was like this in 19, it was like this in 22, and it's again in 25. There's no way to be self-sufficient. You have to buy seeds, you have to buy lime, and you have to buy fertilizer. You can't produce these things. Base game.
Right. Right. No, no, I'm very happy that mod came out. Very, very happy about that. Now this is another one that that kind of threw me off, and it doesn't work as well, I guess, as what Vanquish wanted it to. But the unload zones pack.
So this one kind of confused me. To me it just looks like it's meant to go as a kind of decoration. Like it's not actually a sell point.
Well, no. So on what his attention is so is oh, for like example, if you have like a kind of like, I guess, if you want to take like a sell point for example, right, and like you go there to dump your grain in or whatever, like at the farmers market, like over on Hootie Pantai, right, like that farmers market inside the town, um like the point you go selling, right,
Yep.
like it's meant to go there so you can have the markers off, you know right where to dump it,
Yes. Yeah, so
which it you can't put it there though, that's the big problem.
well yeah, I mean in the base maps there's nothing you can do about, adding these things in. I mean in
Right.
later maps it's going to be fine. Where you can actually purchase the land that the sell points sit on. All that's all fine and dandy, but like it just I don't know. It's one of those like it makes sense to a degree as to why you'd want those there. Like if you have a sell point that's expecting you to put down loose grains and stuff like that, you're not just going to dump it on the floor for somebody to come by and pick it up later. Which some sell points are like that. It's just the box. It's just the unload box. But it's one of those where having that kind of grain acceptance as a decorative portion just it does make sense.
Right. No, I'm 100% with you. Now this next one I actually find very interesting with and BDD. We all know how how I like to decorate my farm, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we all do.
The farm decorations pack.
That is a nice one. That is a nice one. I did think of you when I saw this one.
The next one I didn't even bother because there's issues with it, and that's the hunting pulpit. So I forgot which one. I believe it's like the newer looking one. You can go up into it, but the second that you go into it, you fall right through the floor.
Oops.
Now, now the other one, you can't even go. It's like invisible. Like you just walk right through it. I even drove a tractor through it because I wanted to test it out.
Oh, jeez.
So that's gonna need an update.
So are you trying to redecorate like I was doing the house the other day? Driving tractors and buildings?
Right, exactly.
Can
Yeah.
we just have this straight in future recordings and future live streams and all that stuff? Can we just call it pulling a Jonah?
Sure,
Absolutely.
go ahead. Copyrighted.
Oh jeez. Oh yeah, and then there was an update for the Massey Ferguson 600 series, which was 1.0.0.1. It was the position of the right beacon light has been corrected, the color of the metal parts in the interior has been corrected, and the cabin color has been adjusted to appear more metallic. So
Now, I love older modeled tractors. I absolutely love them, and this one would definitely fall into that category. I mean, don't get me wrong, it like the kind of innovations and the look of the new tractors, yeah, they're fine, but I love that old boxy style, tractor. It was made with just the purpose, and that's it. It wasn't made to be pretty. It wasn't made to be like a showpiece. It was made to do a job, and that's what I feel like those older model and styles were. Is, you know what? I don't care how I look. I don't care, if I turn heads. I care that I'm gonna get the job done.
right, exactly. Well, it's kind of like that old International that we had. It was a 1066, I think it was, from Giant Software, from that Case IH anniversary pack. They got that paid DLC. Yeah, from 22. It was like that.
Yep.
It's Catless one.
Yep.
Absolutely love that tractor. As far as I'm aware, that is coming back, so I'm very excited. I don't know if it's coming back as a mod or an add-on. There's also an update to the Amazon ZATS 4200, which this one does Lime too.
Yes. Yes. So that one is a nice mod, nice model. It just works. It's just functional, and that's what's great about it.
Yeah, and it actually does Lime at 42 meters.
Which
is
again,
absolutely
that's huge.
right. It's so you're changing changing spreader price and options, and corrected of GPS and worker automatic widths. It's not bad. Let's see here. Yeah, and then there was an update to the Quickie M140 by JMZ, the bell spike. Let's see here. 1.0.01 added bale collision configuration, yes or no, in the fork version with transport strap system to improve its operation. Now, this is a very nifty one because you can either have it as a normal bale spike, you can have it with straps and a camera, or you can have it with straps and no camera. There's 3 different options.
So here's my issue with that is what I find oftentimes happens is that when you have something with bale spikes, something that actually pierces into something, it will register that it's actually like one with the tool that you're using. So in the case of bale spikes, once you pierce into a bale, it will say, oh, well, you have, X amount of literage, or you have X amount of bales, or whatever. Like it'll kind of say something like along those lines. But what I find is that the strap then doesn't interact with that object that's on the spike. It basically doesn't even recognize it. And the only reason to have the straps is that if you're going to be doing something like stacking bales on top of the bales that you already have on your spike.
Right. No, I got you there.
Now, maybe this one reacts differently, but it's one of those, like, because again, I'm looking at the pictures and stuff that they have on the mod hub there, and I do see how the spike is tilted, vertically, to where it should just be sliding the bale right off. Now, I don't know if that's showing, oh, hey, it's when the strap's activated, it's not going anywhere. That would be actually really cool.
Right. Well, because I know when Mr. CP did a mod review on it, because I watched his, he tested it out, and even with the straps, I know before the update, the bale kept coming off.
Exactly. Exactly.
So and I didn't do a retest on this, so I don't know if it's changed or not. So Oh yeah, and then from your favorite motorized flour mill, that got an update.
Yes.
To,
So,
fixed issue with stone pallets.
was it you that was saying that you reached out to the
Yes.
why I
A-Dub
can't-
modding? Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I reached out to him. He is going to be adding the rice flour into there.
Nice.
So, I don't know when, but he said he's going to. So, Jasper says, what's everyone's favorite Christmas movie? How the Grinch Stole Christmas.
Polar
Ooh.
Express.
And if I had to pick a second one, it'd be Elf. And if I had to pick a third one, it's Home Alone.
My second's Home Alone.
Home Alone's a good one.
All right.
And my
See,
third-
Home Alone's a good one.
No Christmas.
apparently I'm the old man in the room, and like my favorite, and I will watch it every single year, and it'll be on repeat every single year on Christmas, is
Be
A
right
Christmas
back.
Story. I absolutely love A Christmas Story. You'll shoot your eye out.
Be right back.
Okay.
Okay, Will. Don't let your wife scare you again.
But I mean, it's just, I think that is like the epitome of Christmas movie, The Christmas Story. It's got so much in it, like that kind of angst that you get as a young child growing up. It's like, oh, you know, is my dream going to come true? Is my wish or are the things I want going to happen? You know, all this kind of stuff. And it just hits every single note for me. You know, don't get me wrong, I love Elf. I thought that was actually a really good movie, even though I'm not a huge Will Ferrell fan. Like that one, I think is a good version of Will Ferrell. Home Alone, again, another great movie. Really love that one. But I cannot and will not go without Christmas Story. And a close second for me is Christmas Vacation.
The thing I think about Home Alone, how do you go that far and not realize you're missing a kid?
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's one of those, like, I couldn't imagine, as a parent myself, like, I get it, there was, like, dozens of different kids, and dozens of, a couple, you know, what, like, 4 or 5 different sets of parents and all that stuff, like, it was a huge family and all that stuff, I get it, but one of those, how do you not realize that your child is not there with you?
So
And another
what
question.
come up?
What are the odds kids' houses would get it broken into? What are the odds of that?
Well, weren't they hitting, like, every single house on that block?
Oh, yeah.
Probably, that's true.
Mhm.
They scoped out. Oh yeah, the Christmas lights come on at this exact time.
Yeah. So they like scoped it out, and they were basically like, they knew exactly which houses to hit because of the Christmas lights.
But I have to say, once he started doing all this stuff, I would have gave up. I'm like, look, you're testing the kid.
Blowtorch
The
to the
kid
head.
already can prove that he's injured, y'all. How are y'all still functioning at this point?
Oh yeah,
How
and
did
here's the
That
thing.
Blowtorch to the head.
Oh, blowtorch to the head, the hot doorknob handle, like,
Or the iron. to the face,
how are y'all not just needing to acquire an ambulance at this point?
or the iron to the face.
iron to the face. I mean, here's the thing is,
Tarantula.
I don't think that kind of a movie could be made nowadays. I legitimately
Right.
don't think that anybody
I don't think
would come
so.
out with something like that. And here's why. Is the overt violence that is a part of that movie. Now, and here's, they'll make violent movies, but I just don't see them ever coming out with a movie where a child is, you know, one, being attacked. That's kind of a oddity that you would see nowadays. But
Right.
see a child then defending his home and whatnot. Like, somehow, some way, they'd make the what were they called in the movie? The Wet Bandits? Was that what they called? Yeah,
Yeah.
like they would somehow be the heroes of the movie in today's culture. Like, how
Yeah.
dare you not let them steal from you?
Right.
Yeah, just call the police at that point. You're like, say, you're torturing these guys at this point. Just let them steal your Xbox.
Yeah, exactly. They would haul away the. I mean, what was he in the movie? Maybe like 8 or 9. They'd
Something
haul
like
him
that.
away in handcuffs for cruel and unusual punishment, and they would have him sit in prison for, until it doesn't even matter that he's 8 or 9 years old. He'd be in the adult prison, and yeah, it would just be an absolute nightmare. If it was remade for the modern times, it wouldn't be any good.
And what was this kid like? My question is, what was he watching growing up to be like that devilish about everything?
Right.
Oh, I'll be right back there, guys.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I know. Yeah, but they're making How the Grinch Stole Christmas too with Jim Carrey.
Supposedly, they're also making the Polar Express too.
Yeah, I don't know how, but
Yeah. They're gonna destroy my childhood on the classic Polar Express.
right.
Which I have the actual bell from the movie.
Right. Trying to make too much noise, but I'm making a lot of noise. Oops.
All right, I'm back.
Alright. Oh, so here. No, there was also an update for the More Flowers mod.
Oh yeah, so I think I mentioned what I thought about this one. I wasn't too impressed with this. Like, yeah, it's more realistic being able to make the cornflower, soybean flour, and what was the other one that they included? I think it was peas. I think it was peas as well. Like, yeah, there's more realism, but it's just, I don't know, not enough to make me be like, oh yeah, I've got to download that. I've got to be able to make 3 more types of flour.
On all the changelog, it says balance the selling prices of maize, soybean, and pea flour. Revise production cycles to make them more balanced with those of the default flours. Flour pellets now manually liftable. That's good.
For PC or console?
For all platforms.
Oh, nice. Wait a second. Can't do that with console. You're supposed to use forklifts for console, not super strength, whatever that is.
Well, no, because Y'all Smoddy came out with the liftable bales and pellets mod for all platforms.
Yeah, but as long as everything's from base game, which I know they come out with random updates and stuff to be able to add those things that come later, but I don't think they do terribly much supporting when it comes to like the other mods.
Right, which that modder put that in there for that, so.
Yep.
I guess that's a bonus.
BRB.
You're good. Oh yeah, and then there was the wide garage by ICUS update. I like this placeable. ICUS makes some really good placeables.
That one is really good because that one you can fit some of the really big harvesters and stuff like that, even with the headers. Like it shows in one of the pictures, I remember seeing it where it's got the Kloss harvester with the header attached, and you're able to just drive right through it. So it's a big building. Like, it's not tiny.
Yeah. Changelog is 1.0.01. It's fixed lights and corrected snow mass on objects and added deco. So added decoration. Yeah, we got a lot of mods last week.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, and then you got the June Heinrich, the 2.4 meter, the new forklift.
That thing is ridiculous.
Pick up 3 pallets at once.
Yeah. I mean, I couldn't even imagine actually operating something like that in real life, being able to have forks that far ahead of you. Like, it just seems like a hazard at that point. You'd just be driving around, all of a sudden you just cleave somebody's ankle off.
I can agree because where I worked at in my old warehouse, they had a thing that was like they could pick up 3 stacks of crates. I'm like, for one, you're gonna tip the forklift over. Two, be careful around curves because you could be walking out and you don't realize how long your forks are.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, there goes somebody. Oops.
My bad.
My bad. Um, oh, imagine trying to use those ones out of a warehouse. You'd be hitting all the shelves left and right.
Oh, not only that. Imagine the mod that came out, or not the mod. What was the pack called? Not the pack. The DLC. The DLC that came out in the end of 22. I think it was by the DMI group, and
Like the productions pack.
yes. Imagine trying to have that specific model with the big old long forks on it in that warehouse, trying to beat the clock and doing all that kind of stuff.
No.
Oh, it would be a nightmare, an
Oh,
absolute
yeah.
nightmare.
100%. Oh yeah, and then you got the wheelbarrows by JMZ. See, that's kind of nice. I mean, if you're starting out small, then you just have like a small chicken coop. You just want to feed him a little bit. That's not bad.
I tell you what, I didn't see a point to that model until I played on Pelinier. Once I played on Pelinier and I kind of used it in that specific situation, specifically with the chickens, because I don't know if y'all remember where the chicken feed point was. It was tucked away inside of one of the barns, and to be able to get to it, you had to be either a precision driver or have something very, very small. Again, that kind of Advent front loader would have worked perfectly for that. But these wheelbarrows worked amazingly well for it.
And I do know, which I did tell us to BD as well, that Pellinet is coming back.
Oh yeah.
Here's
So
one I
yeah,
can't wait to come back. Alma, Missouri.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
That one, like with the new AI, that one may become my next favorite because with the AI workers being able to do headlands now, that's gonna be a lot more easier to do those big fields.
And here's another thing too, which I already told us to BD as well. That if you have like the Merge Max or the Anderson Merge Pro or whatever it is, I think it is. The mergers, if you have it set to the left or to the right, if you set the AI worker like to do the headlands first, it will actually go around the field once, turn back around, and then come back like the same way but on the opposite side.
Yes.
Which is absolutely fantastic. Let's see. Oh yeah, so there was the K brand. I'm not gonna say it because I'm not gonna get demonetized because of it. But the K brand Axis 402 spreader, that one came out, which wasn't bad. $16,500. Working with is between 15 and 42. Now, unfortunately, this one only does fertilizer. Doesn't do lime, as far as I'm aware.
Which, I mean, the model itself is fine. Everything's fine. It's just when you've got that Amazon, it really doesn't make sense to have something like this unless you're a K-Brand fan. Just one of those that it's yet another set of equipment that you're going to have to buy on top of buying something else.
Right. Now, do you know which spreader I really wish that did for lime besides fertilizer? And that's that Canervalin, the TLX.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Yeah.
This here. Oh, this next one. It's very highly detailed, but man, you'll never catch me using this. It's the Lizard SSMFFI by Fritz, the planner.
So, this model, I used something very similar to this in FS22, and I really enjoyed it. But the only reason I used it and used it so heavily is because it was one of those planters / seeders. Like, it was one of the all-in-ones where you're able to plant everything that you could plant with seeding and everything that you could plant with a planter. The only thing I think it was exception was potatoes.
Right. Yeah,
So it
this
was
was just better.
Yeah, so it was the only reason why I used to use it. I used to like it. It was a good model, but the only other reason I didn't really like it is because it had the solid, solid ride on it. If you came into a field that had any sort of undulation whatsoever, you would have to like go back over it in so many different directions to try and get every square inch
Right.
planted.
Right. Man, don't get me wrong. It's a very highly detailed mod, but I'll never use it. Oh yeah. And then we got the lizard, which is the Akpil, which is the branded version for PC, but it's lizard for console. It's the lizard multi-peel. It's the it's like the two furrow where you create the rows for carrots and everything. I mean, I'll never use that, but
Comes Mar. He's using it.
It's something that, I mean, it is what it is. And again, if you're one of those kind of players who likes to play on, play with root crops or play with those kind of things and want to be hyper realistic and whatnot, and have something that is going to be a good introductory price, something that's going to start you out cheap, this is a good model for you. Because, again, it's small, it's cheap, and, again, it has a niche and it has a purpose.
right. I mean, it's not for everybody, but
No.
for some people, yeah. And then you have the Womanko U671. It's 3 meters, I believe. If I remember correctly. Yeah, it's 3 meters.
So, Will, I got a big question for you.
Oh boy.
When's the next farming simulator coming out? LOL.
No, not for a while.
About 3.5 years.
I mean, the only reason why, the only reason I'm not a big fan of that is because it's 3 meters. I mean, to be fair, I don't think you'll ever really see me catching me ever use a 3 meter implement. 4 meter maybe, but see now this next one isn't bad. It's the Rao Onyx. I think that's how you pronounce it.
Yep.
That's the 4 meter disc arrow. What's that? That's not a bad disc arrow. I mean, if you want to start out with one, I mean, it's only $8,000.
Ooh, I can afford that.
Which, I mean, again, it's... I was saying it earlier, how disc arrows and all the other cultivators and stuff like that, base game right now doesn't make sense unless and only if you want to play hyper realistic. That's it.
Right.
That's really the only point of having anything other than just a plow is to be realistic. That's it.
Right. Yeah, and it's actually funny you speak of that, because the next one was a cultivator. Oh yeah, and then we got another one from BC Bueller. It's the Soaring Eagle. It's the drive over. So basically, you can just drive over it with your grain truck, drop the grain in like from the belly, and have that go into an auger, so you have to reposition the auger every time.
So again, never got a chance to really utilize the Meridian style grain bins where it was actually just using the augers and all that stuff. But when this came out, I actually legitimately wanted to use it. I just never got around to actually using it, because I just loved the concept of it. I loved the thought of being able to just drive over top of something and then just dump and go kind of thing, which kind of, I guess, defeats the purpose of the Meridian style, because then why wouldn't you just get a regular grain bin, like a regular grain silo?
Man, I mean, I used it in 22 and absolutely loved it. It was a game changer, in my personal opinion.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the next one is the Quickie HDV 240. It's just a bucket, and that adapter, I believe, is with a front loader. Yeah, it's front loader tools. Yeah, so you can use it. Oh, this is gonna bug me now because I don't know where this was. Oh, you know what? I think it was. Yeah, so the adapter was telehandler too, so you can use it. So you can use a front loader with a telehandler bucket.
Gotcha.
The wind turbine pack. I don't know what you thought about that one.
Meh. I mean, it's a generator, and it's super expensive. So if
Yeah.
you've got $1.5 million to burn for the big one, then burn it, because you get, what is it, $5,000 an hour, it's a good
Yeah.
generator. But I mean, if you're playing your game long enough to where you're getting, over $1 million to burn on one specific item, then I don't know. I personally don't get that far into my series to be able
Right.
to start making these styles of purchases. So it's not something that I personally would use. But I mean, it is what it is. It's there. It's got a point. It's got a purpose, and hope anybody who uses it loves it.
Right. Now this next one actually rang your name all over it, there, BDD.
Mm-hmm.
That was the Rudolph Horman silo from Missy Bay.
So yeah, you know me too well. I absolutely love that model. I love the model. I love the mod, and I think that Missy B is very, very underrated. There's several maps and several mods that Missy B came out with that I genuinely really, really like. Now, it's not something that I very often get a chance to utilize, though. Like this one, like this silo, extremely highly detailed. You click into the actual pictures and see what the screenshots look like. It basically looks like a garage with several bay doors and all that. But when you continue on, you actually start to see that there's the silo built in with all the various bunkers for all the different storage options. So
Right.
it's something that I just really, really like in theory. Now, what I would really, really like about it is that if it functioned to where you dumped into the silo, and then instead of it being a fill plane, it rather be a like it takes from the input and actually puts into the output. Like the output would be somewhere where you could grab it with a bucket and then go out from there, not where it would actually start like having an output version of it. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I got you.
Like I think that
Yeah.
would be like the absolute ultimate silo right there, in my opinion, is being able to put into it. It dumps it into a pile, and then from that pile, you're then responsible to come with a bucket or come with some kind of loading tool to be able to, utilize it from there.
See, now what I think would be cool though is that if you actually, well, because this says it can hold 800,000 liters of each grain type, which is absurd.
That's a lot.
The I just wish that when you came and like unloaded it, like you can actually see it filling up instead of just it being there.
Yep.
Now that bale storage, as far as I'm aware, that's not a pallet storage, only a bale. I could be wrong, because I didn't test that one out, so I have no idea.
Oh, on the outer perimeter. Mm-hmm.
Now it said that because I was watching Mr. Sleepy's review. That's why I don't quite remember if he said it was pallets or not, but it says that it can hold 60,000 pallets, which I don't think that's correct, because that's a lot.
Yeah, that would be a little bit ridiculous.
Super train. Needed.
Now, I can totally see the 800,000 liters of product because, again, if you look at the pictures there on the Mod Hub, you can see the storage bays. And ultimately, what it's supposed to do is, like how I described, you're supposed to load into the silo and then it distributes amongst these kind of holding bays. And then you are supposed to come by at a later date with some kind of, pickup tool of some sort, whether a bucket or something, and then load into a trailer manually. So that's kind of like the whole point and purpose behind it. But, oops. Where was I going with this? So, but you look at the pictures and you can see, like, this amount would make sense. 800,000 liters, I think, would make sense with the size bunks that holds. But 60,000 pallets or bales, nah.
Yeah, no, not even the slightest.
I'm pretty sure you could fill up like Madison Square Garden with that many bales.
Right. Oh yeah, and then you got the warehouse small that came out.
Which that one isn't that the bale and pallet storage?
Yeah. Man,
No.
that could hold 1,000.
Yeah. So that one there again is. It's nice. It's a nice model. It looks kind of rustic and all that stuff. Good little storage unit. If you're looking for bales and pallets, and it not having a huge footprint or anything, might be a little on the unbelievable side based on like the amount of storage versus the space that it takes up, because it is not that large.
Right.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, Luke.
That's
Yeah.
really awesome
Whiskey.
picture. That's a lot of bales and pallets.
Oh yeah.
Luke, here's our whiskey bottles.
Oh yeah, and then they got the garage 18x7. I mean, I didn't really like that one much because like the doors are like the exact same thing. Like they overlap on each other on the one side.
Yeah, those models tend to be very annoying because you have to sit there and I don't want to say think, but you have to sit there and like fight with the doors. And you're like, okay, well, if I want to get this tool out and this tool out, I then have to open this door, get the tool out, close it, open the next door, get the next tool out.
Right. So the next one is the awning tubers, which, I mean, I personally won't be using. And it's actually by MA7 Studios, who made the creators of Palinay.
I'm sorry, the creators of what?
Palinay.
Yeah, Pellinia, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't the biggest fan. My big problem though is that shed goes 90 degrees. It doesn't go the whole 360.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shed. That's about it. That's all I got.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's also the Poland wooden shed, which isn't bad.
Yeah, again, it's a shed. Now, this one I will say is actually kind of nice modeling because of how rustic it looks. It's got that nice kind of wood aesthetic to it. Yeah, it's a shed, but a nice shed.
Works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this is actually our first weighing station too. It's the floor plane weighing station by HR Forest.
Which, meh. Again, it's decorations, and if I'm having to add decorations to a map, then it's going to be a hard sell for me. Unless it's a map in which like it's built for like building from the ground up, like a No Man's Land or something along those lines, then yeah, these kind of models are great. But if I'm playing on any other style of map that isn't like a No Man's Land, I'm not gonna install that kind of model.
Right. Yeah, I'm not either. Not even the slightest. Oh yeah, here you go. By Omatana. Wait, are we past that time now? Yeah, we are. I think. Oh, are we? 12:18. trying to think here. 12, 18. Oh no, we're still on that. Yeah. So you got the buying station multi-fruit from Omatana.
So this one comes with a whole bunch of different stuff in it. So it reminded me a lot of the kind of buying points that you would see on, oh goodness, what Westbridge Hills, like not the version that Celibuki made, but the other map maker. I forget their name off the top of my head. But it's got like all those individual buying points to where you can kind of, get everything that you need for your farm, but from these various little buying points. I like the models. I think that they look really sharp. And again, they do have a good purpose. But if you're just looking for a place to buy your random stuff, I'd say just go with the 82 Studios version, the multi-fruit buying station, and just go from there.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you 100% on that one.
What about Gaming Joys? Or have you guys already covered that one? Multi-fruit buying silo.
Did we get to that one yet?
Not yet. Yeah, I think that was coming up here pretty soon though. Now this next one I really like a lot, and that's the water distributor.
Yes, love this one. Absolutely adore it. So any time that you can get a mod that will take the place of me having to go to multiple different locations to do the same exact task, yeah, it's a big winner in my book.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, because you can just go there, fill that up, and just send water or wherever.
Now, what I would absolutely love to have available to us is something similar to like what we got towards the tail end of FS22, which was that that model that we got where it would give you like millions upon millions of liters of water once you bought it, and then you can distribute out from there. And I'm not even saying necessarily give us the mod that'll give us tons of water kind of thing. Right. But what
I have that mod installed.
Yes, it's a great mod.
I use it every time I put a greenhouse down. And
unlimited water.
And the unlimited water.
Yeah.
And then I have the start from zero mod, which is super handy. You build your farm and you stick it down with that.
Yeah, but both of those things are absolutely amazing. I love both of those. But more than that, what I liked about the other model, the one that had all the water in it, is that it allowed you to interact with animal pens as well. So if you had an animal pen, or pasture technically, that would allow you to put water into it, that one actually interacted with the animal pens as well and made it to where you could actually kind of go hands-free on those pastures, which again, it's just a quality of life thing. It's not absolutely necessary, but it's nice to have. And again, it seems like a lot of our kind of standard pens and pastures that we have here on Farming Simulator 25 are the pastures. They're not barns with water and things like that. So it's a nice little option.
Oh yeah, 100%. Now this next one, I just asked myself why, but it's the placeable signs.
This one here strikes me as one of those types of mods that is built specifically for the multiplayer platform, so playing online with people, but specifically for people with severe OCD.
Oh yeah.
It's one of those like, it's one of those, this thing must go here, this thing must go there. If you don't put this thing here and this thing there, if you don't do exactly as I have detailed out on this particular build, you're gone. I'm just going to kick
Right.
you because my OCD is not going to handle it, kind of thing. That's the kind of like envisioning that I see with that kind of mod.
I could see that actually. I could see that. And there's what is it? I don't even say. Yeah, there's like 100 and something signs in there though.
And don't
Wow.
get me wrong. If this is a mod that you like just kind of in general, if these are mods that anybody out there listening enjoys or anything like that, that's not me trying to take a dig or anything like that. Let's put that one out there. This is me just saying that this is, again, what I found with a lot of the mods that we got here over the past week is that, one, they're incredibly niche mods. A lot of them are incredibly niche. And this one is, again, one of those that are incredibly niche. It's one of those where you're going to have a very specific player in mind when it comes to this model. And on top of all that, it's going to be one of those where it's not only going to be a specific player, like a specific archetype when it comes to the player themselves, but it's going to have a very specific use case. So it's just not something that I can see a lot of people downloading with the intent of, yes, I'm going to put this around my personal farm, and then it's going to be this like kind of big to-do kind of thing.
No, I gotcha. I hear you 100% on that one. Yeah, and they got the Diesel's tank pack. Farmer LS, which, I mean, it's kind of a nifty one if you think about it. I mean, in real life, that would actually come handy because you had to open up the door, and then, and it actually works during the winter time because it doesn't freeze. So you open up the door and you can just pull the handle out and then put it right into your tractor. But in game, it doesn't. It's just a fuel station.
So this model here, when I first saw it, I didn't read the title of it. I just saw the picture, and I'm like, oh hey, that's a fancy looking outhouse.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
No.
I mean, when I first saw it, I'm like, that looks like a fancy like outhouse. I'm like, huh. I'm looking for the moon like carved into the door and all this stuff, and then I read it's like diesel tank pack, and I'm sitting there kind of scratching my head like, really, diesel pack? Okay, let's go.
I actually could see I could see where you're coming from with that.
Yeah, it just struck me as just the way that it looks just looked like an outhouse to me.
Right. And then they got the placeable snowmen that are literally all their year round. They don't even go away.
Snowman was a jolly happy soul. Continue.
See,
He was made of snow, but the children know how it came to like one day.
See, my only problem with that though is because you place that down, it's there all year round. It doesn't change. So.
Well, you're saying it's not a pile of water in the summertime?
I think that would be a really cool kind of addition that Top Ace 888 could put into this, is have it placeable. That's great, especially if you're on a map where there are no snowmen or anything like that. That'd be amazing mod. But
Right.
have it disappear or have it recognize certain calendar months to where it's only going to pop up during, let's say, November to January. That it's only going to be visible during these months, and outside of these months, that's it. It's just
It's a pile of water.
hiding.
Right. Let's see here. Oh yeah, and then we got the Jacoby Euro Track 2000, that sprayer that goes on that Fendt tractor, that weird one.
Oh, did you skip the refillable ICB or IBC?
Oh yeah, I went right over top of that one. Oops. Yeah, I mean, Yeah, the change. It was a hot fix. Enabled the ability to sell the IVC palette.
So I like this mod in theory. Like having something that you can refill and just keep around the farm and all that stuff. I like that. But it's one of those that I think I'll wait for the 82 Studios mod where it's the global transport pack or whatever they called it.
Yeah.
I think that one was infinitely better and just came with a lot more features. To where this one I feel is going to be more limiting in its use cases.
I could see that.
And then the
Yeah.
Jacoby sprayer that you were talking about,
Yeah.
again, I think we mentioned it in the last last
Broadcast.
episode we did, or last broadcast, yeah.
Yeah.
That meh, the
Yeah.
model itself was just meh,
Yeah.
and something that neither one of us really kind of had our fancies tickled on that one. So it was just kind of like, okay, now we have an attachment for that meh. So it's still it's a meh plus meh equals meh meh.
Well, it's just kind of like, it's kind of like the next mod. It's the Fendt GTA, not Grand Theft Auto, but the Fendt GTA platform. That goes on the front of the smaller one of the meh tractor.
Yep.
So
So again, we got the meh plus meh equals meh. It just
and that,
there's no saving that model unless there's some kind of knock my socks off kind of attachment that's going to be an absolute game changer. That's the only thing that's going to make that model worth even considering, in my opinion.
right? I mean, or how about this one, right? So you get something that's meh equals meh, and then you have something that's meh equals meh. What do you get? You get complete garbage.
You get meh.
Yeah.
Or trash can.
Oh yeah, and then the next one, the Fortuna FTM 200. Did you know that Despo 93 actually works for Giants?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he works for Giants. Yeah, because this was a base game trailer in 22.
So, the model itself reminds me of a trailer that I used to love in FS19. It was an absolutely behemoth of a trailer. It had, I want to say it was like 80,000 liters in FS19, which was absolutely huge for a tow behind. It was, I think,
Right.
the biggest tow behind that was available in game, and yeah, it just reminds, like, the color scheme and the modeling just reminds me of it very much. But a trailer is a trailer is a trailer, and unless it's got some kind of unless it's got some kind of trump card, up its sleeve, then there's really not much that is going to make a trailer anything more than a trailer.
Right.
It's still gonna be a trailer at the end of the day.
Now, oh, exactly, Jonah, exactly. Now this next one I actually liked is the Silo King Trail Line, the smaller, like the mid-size feed mixer wagon.
Yes. Yep. 100%.
That one I liked a lot. Yeah, and then someone made the base game Farm Tech EDK 650. Oh yeah, it's WolfX modding. Also, did you know that WolfX modding used to be known as White Bull modding?
Oh, this is White Bull modding? No, I had no idea about that.
Yeah, they changed their name.
You know what? You know what? No, I will refrain on this rant.
What? Go ahead.
I was gonna say, it's like, I'm totally fine with somebody who's building a reputation based on the community, but how would everybody go about if I went X amount of years? Because I've known White Bull modding and their mods from FS19, and I think they were even a part of White Bull modding throughout parts of 22. Am I mistaken about that?
Yes.
Yeah, so they've been around for years upon years, and they might have been even before FS19, before my time of playing. So I've grown to know them as this, and I used to really like their mods. Or not even used to. I like their mods. They come out with a lot of really good stuff. But
Oh, yeah.
what oftentimes happens with me, and I think a lot of people are like this if they're going to be honest, is that they look for certain manufacturers or they look for certain models, and that's how I operate. Is I look for certain makers, and if I see something like Black Sheep modding, I'm going to stop and take a look at it, regardless of what the tool is. I'm going to give it a look. Same thing with like Vertex Design. Same thing for custom modding. Same thing
Yeah.
for Raleigh Christie One. Same thing for
Amazing
Missy
mod.
B. Like all these big name people, I'm going to stop and take an extra look at. If you're going to go out and change your name, like that's really going to make somebody like me who, unlike somebody like Will T, who really goes and hunts down all this like extra information, like unless you're going to be the FS Encyclopedia or even the FS Encyclopedia Lite, you're not going to know that like these people have all of a sudden changed their names, unless
Right.
you just so
I'm
happen
not.
to. I'm sorry, what was that?
I'm not even gonna know. You know.
Well, yeah. So it's one of those like, unless you're paying close attention to these things, you're not going to know that these people are changing their names, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh well, WolfX modding. Oh, they made the FarmTech EDK. Meh. And I'm just going to completely blow by them and hope that one day White Ball Modding, or in this case WolfX, puts out a mod that really catches my attention, and then they kind of get that gold stamp, that star of approval, that now all of a sudden I want to pay attention to what it is they're doing going forward. Kind of like I said, all those mod makers I mentioned before who have like my radar. If I see their name again, Bartson V3 is another one. I just looked at the trail line there. Um, they will be the people that I pay attention to, and they will like garner extra attention. I'm going to pay attention to even their small things that might not be a game changer, or might not even be something that I would even be necessarily interested in my kind of go throughs. I'm going to pay extra attention to them because
Right.
they garnish that attention.
No,
At the end of the
I get
day, what I'm saying is that you are shooting yourself in the foot by going out and now all of a sudden changing your name to something else.
that. No, I agree 100% with that.
It'd be like if I went, and changed my name tomorrow to, some kind of different name on the channel. How many people are going to be like, oh, hey, this person just came across my feed. What's this all about? And they might even just ignore it because they don't recognize the name. But if they see, oh, hey, BDD's going on live, let me go catch them, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Let me go say boo.
Exactly.
By the way, boo.
Well, no, I agree 100%. And I don't think that was a very. See, my understanding is that they changed their name from White Bull to WolfX because there was a couple people that left the group.
Oh, okay.
So, from my understanding, I mean, they don't call me the FS Encyclopedia for nothing.
You know everything, just about everything, Will.
um, the next one is the Canervalin TLX Geospread, my favorite solid fertilizer spreader. Favorite.
Yeah, so is this only solid fertilizer, or this solid fertilizer and lime?
It's just solid fertilizer, unfortunately.
So I mean, yeah, that's a bummer, but one thing I will say is 42-meter spread width, almost 4,000 liter capacity, so that's a huge capacity for that style of spreader, and less than 30K.
Yeah.
You can't go wrong.
Now,
It looked pretty good, especially for the width of it.
Now I meant to figure out who it is. It's either ADub or Mac Trucker. One of them are planning to actually take this mod and make it so it will do lime. I forgot who it was. They didn't state yet. I know I was talking. I think it was ADub that I was talking to. Yeah, I think it was AW. AW modding, I think, I believe is going to be taking this and changing it, basically adjusting it so it can do live, which is kind of exciting.
Oh yeah, no, that's excellent. I'm totally on board with modders going out there and being able to utilize certain models to add improvements to them. Now, unless there's a model or something like that that somebody came out with that's like unique to that specific modder, then don't go out behind their back and just snag their model kind of thing. But
Yeah, King's mods.
yeah, I read something.
Oh,
It was probably from you, Will, that there was something going on behind the scenes with some.
Dust Bunny shared it.
Oh, that's right. It was Dust Bunny. You're right. You're right.
yeah, yeah,
Miss Encyclopedia.
yeah. That was
She knows a lot
absolutely
of stuff.
that was absolutely horrible. When I read about that, that was horrible. Oh, there was somebody else that I read. Oh yeah, it was 40 modding. 40 modding actually got banned from King's Mods. So
Wow.
I'll see if I can find a post here a little bit and I'll read it to you. So here, the next one is the Canervaland AB85, which is a plow, tiny little plow.
Yeah, little backbone plow. Meh. We got the 6, 9, and 12 MT. That's all I need to say.
Right. Yeah, and then you got the 2-rail Macos. I know one of them, the U624 is actually a subsoiler. And the U684 is a disc harrow. So, but they're both 3 meters. Yo,
Aw.
I forgot to tell you, someone reached out to Giants and asked them, "Hey, can you ban 3-meter implements?"
Oh no, that is pretty funny.
Oh yeah, let's see here. Oh yeah, and then this next one I really like too, which is the Plymouth Wheel Loader Leveler from HR Force.
So that's for like bunker silos and yep.
Yeah, I really like that one a lot. Now this next one, you have to be like extremely into either using excavators or forestry, but that's the excavator arm extension by HR Force.
Which just goes right back to what I was saying earlier that unless you're really into forestry, unless you're really into that niche kind of gameplay, then HR Frost and Verzeugbau, they make great models. I'm not taking anything away from them whatsoever, but they are extremely niche. They make very specific models for a very specific purpose, and unless you fulfill that purpose, you're not going to even look at them.
Right. Yeah, and the next 3 mods are weights. I mean, I personally don't really use weights that often.
It pretty rare. It's pretty rare that.
Absolutely.
Actually, you know what? I'll take that back. I use weights. Going back to 22, specifically the lightweight. The lightweight, I used to love that weight, and I miss it. Being able to just have the power of the sun at my disposal is just amazing.
Yeah, that was by Raleigh Christie 1.
Correct.
VR Wrestling, sir. They are bringing that back.
Yes. Let's go.
So here, and then you got the tree sampling pack from Mac Trucker. Now that is a nice one. Now, I mean, I don't know if anyone here is big into planting trees. I'm not, but I mean, if you're looking to actually get like a bigger amount than what base game offers you, go with that.
I love it. Absolutely love it. Every once in a blue moon, I want to be able to plant trees, and I want to be able to plant more than 10 at a time without having to go and refill the box kind of thing. Like that I understand why it's like that. It's still annoying.
Right. Yeah, you can get the 300 samplings for $5,780.
Yeah. Yep. It's awesome.
Yeah. Now this next one is a game changer, and that's the Road Kit.
Big. big game
Oh.
changer.
Absolutely love this. I just thought of something because I'm gonna do a massive build on Elmo when it comes out. I'm gonna be putting this throughout my entire farm.
Oh yeah. Oh, without a doubt. So, for those who are not familiar with this particular mod, what this is, think of a road, just something that you can put down on the map as decoration. But this one has a trump card to it. This allows you to actually utilize the AI workers for these new roads that you create. It has AI traffic splines in them to where you're going to be able to send your worker from point A to point B using the road that you created. It is
boy, I like that.
it is huge.
Yeah, and so far it's got a 4.5 from 251. You know, um, I would just be very careful when using this too, because if you place it down in the wrong spot and you place another one down, sometimes it'll have a ghost road. So just be very aware of that.
Yeah, so just like anything when it comes to your maps, if you're making any edits whatsoever, save before every single change. Before
Yep.
every single change that you do. So that, and turn off the autosave afterwards. Save, turn off autosave, and then make your edits. And then test it. Because again, there's going to be times where you place things down. But the best part about this is not necessarily the ability to have AI traffic work on that specific road. Or not traffic, but AI workers work on those roads. The best part about this is the fact that it conforms to the ground that you're laying it on.
Now he does say, I don't know how you pronounce that. Aller handler or whatever.
Ola Holdor.
Yeah, there you go. Well, whatever, however you pronounce it. It's funny, yeah, because you place that down first. So he suggests you place it down first and then you terraform.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's funny because you can actually like. So if you place it down, you can actually go right in the middle of it and make a huge hump, like right in the middle of it.
Yeah. Well, so think about it, because think about the road styles that you have. You basically have, I think it was like 3 different styles, if I remember correctly, maybe 4. But you basically have dirt path number 1, dirt path number 2, and kind of an asphalt kind of road types that you can put down. And if you're doing a sort of dirt road kind of thing,
Right.
I don't know if I've ever been down a dirt road where there isn't bumps or, ditches and divots and all this kind of I don't think I've ever been down a road that is just perfectly smooth, like smooth as asphalt kind of thing. Like
Exactly.
it doesn't exist. So
No, it does not.
going around in game and being on these roads where there's no kind of physics in them, that they're just perfectly smooth and whatnot, it's very unrealistic, very unsettling almost. So it really kind of jars you out of the game itself almost, being able to go down these roads and you're not getting any articulation in your wheels, you're not getting any bumps, you're not getting anything. But with these models, because they kind of adhere to the terrain of the map, if you're doing like a dirt road, you can then go through and use the leveling tools and make little bumps or make little divots all throughout the roadway to kind of simulate that kind of dirt road kind of, potholes and divots and all that kind of stuff. Like,
Which is fantastic.
It's amazing. It is absolutely amazing. When this came out and when you sent me the kind of walkthrough that Mr. Sealy P did, like, he said it was a game changer. And there has been times where I've been like, yeah, it's cool and all, but would I label that a game changer? Maybe
Right.
it's knocking at the door. No,
Right.
this one 100%. Mr. Sealy P is not even like wrong in any degree. Game changer.
You know, and plus, like, the best part too is that, you know, with the new sounds from the trailer actually going like king, 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 you know, when you go through a field or through a bump, like that'd be perfect. You know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Exactly. Like I said, this. One of the things I always harp on, one of the things I really always try to point out is details. Details, details, details. And if you are going to make anything, that make sure that it has those kind of details that make the aesthetics worth investing in, worth installing, worth using, all that stuff. This one here, for what it is, for it just being a road network at the end of the day, it really does make it to where you want to invest and take into account all those details.
Right. Right. Absolutely. 100%. Let's see here. Well, yeah. So the next one is the storage tunnel pack from Vector Man. That's not a bad one.
So the storage tunnel pack, I really liked the other versions from FS22 where it was basically the auto load, the auto bales, the bale storage. There we go. Those are words. But no, it just the ones that have the bale storage associated to them. I don't think this one has that. I think this is just a normal shed. Or no, wait. Yeah, no, I don't. I think this is just sheds. Just storage. Like, it's not actual like automated bale storage or anything like that. So it's nice, but not something I could see using.
Right. Yeah, not me either. I mean, I got A-Dub's auto bales, auto bale pallet storage that are just like that, except they're white and more American. Yeah. So the next one is the pack. Tarp. I'm just gonna call it tarp. Pack tarp. It's by Rajat G Play.
So this one, I personally love it. It's a decoration, and it's also a storage for bales. Actually, it might even be bales and pallets. Yeah, I think it's bales and pallets. I love it. It's just a little tarp that you can throw on the ground, and it's just a bale storage. That's basically what it is. And it's simple, it's clean, it's nice. That's
Yeah. There's also one you can like dump grain on too.
which I don't think it's like an actual silo, right? It's just like a
Correct.
yeah. It just
Just a tarp you can just dump stuff on.
yeah. So in real life, you wouldn't put your grain back onto the ground, kind of thing. Because getting it back off the ground, you're going to be picking up dirt. You're going to be picking up all sorts of crap along with it. You're going to put it down on the ground, with a barrier to the ground, kind of thing. And that's only if you absolutely, positively must have to, kind of thing.
Right.
Like it's going to be incredibly rare that you're going to put your grain onto the ground, only unless you had to, kind of thing. So again, for the purposes of realism, I like it. It's great. The purpose of it being a bale storage, I like it even better because it's supposed to be like a little water barrier. That's basically what they're trying to simulate with that one. So, yeah, it's great. I love it.
Yeah, I definitely get that one for that one. Now, this other one I know that you absolutely loved. It was the addable triggers.
Oh, yes. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Here's why. So, for those of us who like to do productions, whatever the production may be, this will suit that. It'll scratch that itch. But the best part about it, and actually let me show it here on my screen. So the great thing about it is you're supposed to be able to go under your productions and then go under the production portion. Now, there is an issue with this right now. I don't know if you know this, Will, but there is an issue. The productions are missing.
Yes, I did reach out to Farmer Five Tom. He is going to be bringing an update out for it.
Yeah. So basically, what this is supposed to be is a trigger to where all you could do, or all you have to do, is go up to a building, any building, and then that building's a grain mill, or a dairy, or a bakery, whatever. That's essentially what this model is, and it's like $5,000 for the trigger, and what I loved about it is, like, back on Alma, Missouri, when I was working on that map and doing the Let's Play series, I added a spinnery to the map because there's no spinnery on that map. And I had quite a few sheep on hand and producing quite a bit of wool. Well, I added the spinnery from this particular pack back on FS22, and what I did is it was basically a warehouse that was on the end of the street over by the edge of town. So it made aesthetic sense to be able to have this building as a kind of makeshift spinnery. And again, for $5,000, I mean, you can't go wrong with something like that. $5,000 for any production is a huge savings. And yeah, if productions are your thing, it's great. And one thing that they added to this mod that wasn't, I don't think this was a part of the previous iteration, was things like a hayloft, object storage, workshop, farmhouse, and a silo. All these things are now a part of this pack, to where it's something that you can add to other decorations that exist already on the map.
The silo one, I believe, was part of it in 22.
Gotcha. Yeah, so it's one of those where if you've got a building, and these in particular work really well on Giants maps where you can own the property. And the reason I say that is because there's tons of buildings on Giants maps that are just buildings. They're just there, but they have no purpose whatsoever. So being able to utilize those buildings for something else, a perfect example back on 22 is on Elm Creek. There was a plot of land that you could buy off to the west side of the map, and it was basically just some garages and storage buildings, but you couldn't use them for anything. You couldn't open the doors, you couldn't do anything, and you couldn't even delete the buildings to be able to make the land more functional. But a mod like this makes those buildings something. It makes it usable, and it's I would say this is a game changer. This is something that is a game changer because, again, you don't have to have these huge models when it comes to productions. Like, you don't have to have massive biogas plants, which I don't think a biogas plant is actually part of it, so I take that back. But you don't have to have a big old building like a bakery. You don't have to have a big building like the cement factory or the cereal factory. That's a good example. Look at on my screen, I'm showing the cereal factory here in game. It's a massive building. Well, what if you just want a regular building to be, the cereal factory? Here you go. This is the mod for you.
Well, I mean, even like on the American map, like like that one building that supposedly was a chicken coop, but ended up not being a chicken coop. I mean, you could put like a hayloft there, or like a silo there. I mean, you can even put the workshop trigger over there.
Exactly. That's it exactly. Is it makes non-functional, non-usable buildings functional and usable. It's again, in my opinion, it is a game changer. And
100%.
I don't like to throw that term around like whatsoever. And I know we used it twice here today for two separate mods.
Yeah.
I truly believe this is a big one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay, yeah. So the next one is Machinery Hall. Now, this one, don't get me wrong, I think it's a great design. I only have one problem with this, just one. The doors are absolutely tiny compared to the rest of the building. Like, you're not fitting a harvester in there.
Yeah, I mean, you're barely fitting a trailer in there. I mean,
Yeah.
let alone anything else.
Right.
It is a nice looking model, and it's definitely got that kind of Dutch feel to it. Like it's, I would have thought by looking at this, not looking at the author or anything like that, I would have assumed this was DMI modding.
Mm.
I would have
Right.
just assumed it right off the bat, and I would have been wrong. I would have been flat
Oh.
wrong.
Right.
But it does have that same look,
It does.
but what I will say is that I think that this actually looks a lot better than most models because the brickwork you can see in the screenshots and stuff looks really sharp. Like you can see there's a ton of detail that is all throughout the brickwork. You look inside the barn and got the wooden rafters and the beams
Mhm.
and the support structures all kind of within it. It's a very sharp model. Very sharp.
Yeah, I mean, like, a lot of attention and detail went into that.
Exactly.
The next one is the Machine Shed 35 by 20. Now, for me, I personally am not going to use this mod, but I can tell you one thing that makes it very unique. You know what that is?
I would say the rafters.
No, is that it looks like that they started to convert it into a cow barn and changed their minds at the last minute.
Yeah, I could see that. I look at the model, I look at the screenshots they took, and the rafters are incredibly unique. They got the looks like almost like a bent laminate rafter, to where
Yeah.
it has that kind of swoop to it. Yeah, it's a sharp model, and not necessarily anything that I would use in my playthrough either, because number one, it's almost 15 megabytes. It's a very large file size for one shed.
Yeah, but you also got to remember the higher poly count, the higher detail, the bigger file size it's going to be, and the wood beams on that, even in game, look fantastic.
Oh, without a doubt. And yeah, I'm not disagreeing that, the more highly detailed models are going to be higher in, megabyte size. It's, oh, I just, anyways, it's just one of those that, it would have to be a model that I would want to use every single playthrough in order to be able to justify not only the high poly count and the high megabyte size, but being able to then go through and like actually utilize it in game and being able to have the storage space dedicated to it.
Right, 100%. 100%. Yeah, the next one is Machine Shelter by Barton's V3.
Which again, like I said earlier, I like Barton V3. I think they're a great modder. It's a shed, and I do like the design of it, but at the end of the day, it's a shed. Nothing to write home about.
Yeah. So now the next one, Machinery Shed, I do like that because you can definitely fit like a mower or something in there, like a pull behind mower, windrow or something.
Oh yeah, and again, like I said before, it's a shed. It's fine. Nothing wrong with it.
Now this next one, which I told you about after I found this one out, because I spoke with Farmer Five Tom, the statue of the Pacho barn. Now, I messaged out to DJ Goham, and he thanked me for letting him know. I found out why this is under constructibles.
So, was this the one that you said can be destroyed?
It can get damage to it, and then once there's damage to it, you have to bring like stone, you have to bring like concrete and stuff like that, like bricks and stuff to actually get it rebuilt.
So,
On.
what was that?
So if
Whiskey?
a tornado hits it, it gets damaged.
Yeah, so if a twister hits it, then yeah.
Oh boy, that's good and realistic.
So, the model itself, I like it. It's cool. Not one that I can see using because I don't tend to play on a lot of Brazilian or South American maps. But I love what this represents. I love that there's this feature that is now at the disposal of the modding community that is going to be able to be utilized and something that is going to be used going forward. So that I think is incredibly, incredibly special for what it represents. Maybe not necessarily the model itself, more the kind of symbol behind it.
Now, it's funny because I'm the only one who realized this. Mr. Sleep, he didn't even realize this until I said something to him. But it literally says right in the description, due to the well, whatever that word is, structure, the building may be damaged. To do this, it should be repaired with wood and stone. So, yeah. So
I see. Okay, I was trying to find where you were reading in the description. Dilapidated. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's kind of neat, though. So that's the very first mod that we got like that.
Well, yeah, and that's what I'm saying it's the symbol, what it represents to us in the community. This is something that we can actually utilize and see moving forward, and that is special.
Yeah, it was funny. It's also by Farmer 5 Town, just like the edible triggers.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like I said, there are specific modders that I tend to kind of like. Oh hey, 5 for 5 Tom, Missy B, Omatana, Lancy Boy, like so on. Depending on what we're talking about. If we're talking about maps, you know, Lancy Boy, obviously we've got Black Sheep Modding, so on and so forth. There's specific modders that I keep my eye out for and will really pay attention to when it comes to, you know, the mods and stuff. When it comes to modders, or when it comes to mods and stuff, then there's the, you know, the big names again, like 5 for 5 Tom, Rajo G Play, who also makes maps as well. There are specific key players that you look out for and you take note of when you see their name pop up.
Right.
And for me, 5 for 5 Tom is up there.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, the next one is the old Brazilian shed. I mean, just like you said, it's a shed.
Yep. Not only is it a shed, but it's a Brazilian shed, so not one that I can see really installing or using.
Now, this next one I do like if you want to, like, just not use, like, an auto load, you know, is the metal shelf.
Yep. Yeah. So I liked the version where it was like the
pallet storage.
Yeah, the pallet storage. That one I really liked. So I would rather have that version of it, but for those who are looking for the more realistic experience, this right up their alley.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, and they have the concrete curbs pack.
Yeah, so
I did like this one.
Yeah, again, yeah, I like it. Details, and this one offers those details. Now, what I'd be really interested in is, can these be plunged into the ground at all? Because these don't necessarily give you the kind of American vibe. These give a more European vibe to me. So it's going to be one of those that it's going to have its very specific uses for very specific maps, which is fine, but not something, again, I can see myself really installing because it's going to be a very specific use case.
Right. Yeah, no, I haven't. I remember that in FS22 and I used it on my farm. That was pretty good. Yeah, and then you got the wind turbine package.
Copy and paste what I said about the last one.
Yeah. And then you got another one, which is a 5 out of 5 star, and that's the water pack by Omatana.
I mean, yeah, I think that 5 out of 5 is fair for this one, but it's one of those that it's just simple. At the end of the day, it's just a simple. It's what you need in order to get water onto your farm and not have to be bothered with going elsewhere on the map.
Right, 100%. Yeah, and then you got the pack of beehives.
Was it this one or was it the other one that I really like? I think it was the other one that
Yeah, the
yeah,
one I
it
got
was the
for
other
you.
one. So this one's okay. The model is fine. There's nothing wrong with it, but the amounts that you get are so minuscule that it's really
Oh, yeah.
not worth it.
Yeah, I like the other one better. Um,
Munch, 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 munch.
oh, you can hear that? Sorry, man.
You got a chipmunk back there?
I'm eating like these vanilla wafers.
Ooh.
Mini
Yum.
ones.
That's my favorite cookie. You better share those, Will.
Well, you're not over here, so well. I'm so
You remember
sorry.
I got my DeLorean. I can come over there and time travel.
Okay. I am so sorry if you guys heard that. I didn't eat any dinner, so it's like some little snack.
We've
now.
been hearing you every time you eat it.
Oh shoot!
I'm just saying we thought you knew.
Sorry. The next one is the Alpine Farmhouse by Omatana. Now, I really like this because it's actually one you can go inside of.
Yeah, which if I'm going to install a house as a specific model that I want, it's got to be enterable. It's got to be. Like
I mean,
size and all that stuff is not a factor when it comes with this much detail and all this stuff. The only problem with this is, again, very specific use case because of the style of home, which you're going to run into that with any home because, let's face it, you're not going to get a home model that is going to be, usable in America as well as, Europe as well as, South America. You're going to have
Right.
these very specific styles. So depending on the style of map that you like to play on, it's going to be, something that you're going to use, or it's going to be something that you're not going to use.
yeah, like this one would be perfect on like Ellengrad,
Yep, exactly.
which that map is coming back. I don't know if Giants are bringing it back or if someone else, but I know that one and Silver Run are both coming back. So,
Nice.
what's also like what DJ stated is that it's like it's FS25 people. Like all houses should be enterable.
Yeah, I would 100% support that as a statement because, again, it's not even so much that it's FS25. It's one of those where not just the modders, but just anybody who's creating something should try their best to step it up to meet a standard. And that's kind of the standard that we've set ourselves based on what Giants has given us so far. I mean, there's all these different types of things that we can go into now. We can go into all these different construction points and all these different, buildables and all this different stuff. It's one of those that looking through, these windows and seeing all this, flat layer detail and all that stuff, like that's so FS22.
Right. I mean, me personally, I just use like the constructibles in the game because I love that log cabin one.
Oh, and just the premise behind the constructibles, again, is just an amazing thing because this hopefully means that we're going to get all these different constructibles, not just like these houses that can be destroyed like we were discussing just a few minutes ago, but productions. I would love to see productions that are constructible. I would love to see all these different styles and aspects that are brought into the game that you can construct, but also making it an option to where you could just install it and be done.
I'm kind of curious though, if I just thought of this, if in future DLCs, if we're going to get any constructibles.
I would imagine that this is something that Giants is going to lean into if they see a good contingency of people like gravitating towards the use of the constructibles. If they see that people are like, oh yeah, like what you were saying, using the constructibles to build the log cabins, if they're using the constructibles
Yeah.
to build the sheds and all this stuff, well, then I think they're going to lean into it. I think they're going to lean heavy into it. But if, like, you and I are the only people out there that, build constructibles, well, then they're going to be like, oh, okay, this is something that's just not landing with the community. It's not something
Right.
that we're going to dedicate and put our time into. They might dedicate early on before any kind of conclusive data is in, but
Right.
it's one of those where I just think that they'll kind of go where the wind takes them.
Right. No,
I
I
just
get
thought
that.
something that would be pretty cool. What if you could
Yeah.
build your grain bins? Your
Oh,
grain
yeah.
silos.
That
Yeah.
would be amazing, absolutely amazing.
Right. Yeah. The next one is brand yard signs from AW Modding, Stoneway Design.
So, in base game, what we have right here, right now, meh, just meh. But,
Meh.
but, I say this with a little caveat. When we start getting maps where you can purchase the land for the shops, where you can start actually interfacing with the shops itself, this is going to be a good one, because you'll be able to actually customize the shop area to include all these extra things.
Right.
So
right.
it's a small thing, but it is something with potential later on.
Oh yeah, 100%. Going back to the whole constructible thing, I just saw this. Excuse me, I just drank some ginger ale, so here, if you guys hear me burp, I do apologize. What was that?
Me burping.
Oh, Jesus. It sounded like someone's stomach going. Just, I personally think it'd be amazing to if you wanted to build like a slurry pit, like you'd actually have to bring like concrete bags and like cement bricks and stuff like that there, to actually get that built.
Oh, like I said, I envision a community,
Hey,
a
look
world
at that.
in which we're able to build literally every facet around the farm. I mean everything.
Build a vehicle
Right.
they can drive.
Yeah.
I don't
I mean,
think it'll go that far.
It probably wouldn't go that far because
That
then
could be
you're having
done.
to introduce multiple styles of mechanics
Yeah.
to it. But
Right.
you are more stationary things. Why not build an animal barn? Why not build
Right.
like you said, a grain silo? Why not a slurry silo? Why not a bunker silo? Why not all these?
That's what
Not even this. How about building your fence? I actually have to get materials to build your fence.
Yes, yeah. I mean, exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I can envision a farming simulator 25 in which we are literally building every little thing, and not just a point and click, but a actual bring materials and start utilizing them. I really
Right.
can see that, and I really hope that not just the modding community, I hope the entire community really leans into that, because I can really see that being something special.
Well, I could too. 100%.
And not only that, but I can also see like the production points. That's the part I'm most excited about. And I went down the wrong road.
Of course you did.
But
Hey, and I got mother bins empty too. Take the last load into my grain silo.
Nice.
nice. But like I said, I can really see like the productions being something that is going to be something worth investing in. Like something similar to like the roller coaster, maybe not as intricate as being able to ride the roller coaster after it's built and Silver Run, but something like that. The boats and Silver Run, again, something like that would be awesome. We got the wagons, we got stuff like that, but I want to see the modding community start to make their mark on that. I would love to be able to start seeing, I don't know, like a Black Sheep modding coming out with some kind of production point that utilized the constructible asset to it.
Right. Like 100%.
I don't even know why I came up with Black Sheep Modding. I think that name's just kind of stuck in my head now. But you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. 100%. The next one is the
I got a
lizard
horrible
super
awful
fast charging.
idea.
What was
What's
that?
that?
The guy just got a horrible awful idea.
Uh
Oh
oh.
boy.
Oh dear.
What if we all get like a PC and stuff? We start making our own mods, all 4 of us.
Oh my goodness. Now,
Oh, boy.
the only way that this would work, and I mean the only way, is if nobody minded my models looking like stick figures.
Only thing of mine might be nothing but train mods for Farming Simulator or crossing mods.
But I mean, in all seriousness, if I was under threat, and somebody's like, "You must build this or else," okay, do what you got to do. I'm I guess I'm not long in this. I'm trying to keep this clean, so please understand why I'm saying it the way I'm saying it.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm trying to say. Is like, if I had to or else, I'm taking the or else. Because
I think we all would.
well, like I said, and I've said this about Will many times. I'll go ahead and say it again here tonight. You know, Will is somebody who has that artistic eye. He's able to visualize space in a way that I personally can't do it. I just cannot do it. I can replicate, I can't create.
Right. Now we got the lizard super fast charging station, which is AKA a Tesla charging station.
Where's Mr. Sealy P when you need him right
Teslas.
now? Sorry, go ahead.
Who needs Teslas?
I don't. I like my diesels.
That's
Right.
right.
No dip.
Train
I-
inbound.
diesel
Train
exhaust.
coming in a few seconds.
I'm with Mr. Sealy P on this one. Electricity or electricity.
Now I do have to give it, credits for one thing, is that it actually does charge really fast. So, which is nice. But I'll personally never be using it. Let's see. Oh yeah. The next one is the radio tower by Carl TG.
I heard it.
I think we all heard it.
So this one I like. It's a simple generator. It's easily achievable. It's $56,000, and it can give you multiple different money generation values. I think it's like 50, 500,000, and 9 million are the various values that
Yep.
you can do. So I mean,
Yep.
I like it, and I like that we're now getting the options here on FS25 to be able to like customize within the mod itself. Like, oh my goodness, like being able to customize within the mod itself, being able to make those small tweaks. Like before, using a model that I think most of us are familiar with or aware of, the government subsidy sign.
Mm-hmm.
You know, before that was basically like 4 different models, and you would choose between those 4 different models. Now
Right.
it's all quote unquote one model with 4 separate options, where you're able to then kind of adjust it on the fly, which I think is awesome. I absolutely love that aspect of the new version of Farming Simulator 25, being able to have that, because it makes the menus a lot cleaner. And unfortunately, I'm going to kind of call Giants out on this one to say that I think that the way that they designed the menus are extremely clunky. They're extremely clunky. There's a lot to be desired to them, but there's a lot that really kind of I personally struggle with the menus. in the way that they're laid out. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I
I
mean,
think so.
now, I personally don't know. I personally like FS22, like their category thing's a lot better in the build menu. But I like the way the build menu is set up on the left side instead of like the bottom.
Yes. So what I'm really referring to when it comes to like the building, or not the building, but like the kind of menu itself, is that before I felt like the mods and stuff like that, like there was more detail to let you know very, very quickly what was a mod, what wasn't a mod, and just kind of take into account all these different kind of aspects to things. So when you're looking at the menu itself, you got the kind of NA at the top. Like I'm looking under factories and stuff like that, and I'm looking at a sugar mill. But base game stuff has NA, sugar mill, and then description. Well, if you get to a mod that's actually not a mod, or is a model that's a mod, well then you get kind of a generic kind of picture for that. On top of that, you also get the like mod name, but there's nothing really to indicate that it's a mod outside of you remembering that it's a mod kind of thing. There's no real good
Which is,
distinction.
Go figure if you remember that.
What was that?
And it's gonna go figure if you remember that too.
Well, and that's the thing is,
Because I know for one, I probably won't.
well, exactly, and that's I think the biggest issue with the way the menu's set up right now is right now you have to remember what's a mod. You have to remember like all this different stuff off the top of your head, and right now that's fine for the most part. But when we're a year in to this game, and we have megabytes and megabytes, or even gigabytes worth of storage used up on some of this stuff, who's going to remember any of this stuff? So I really hope that Giants like cleans this up a bit, makes some kind of indicator. I noticed that they did make a change to the mod download screen, the mod hub itself, that indicates a little check mark, hey, this is a mod that you have installed. That is a big improvement for somebody like me. But are they going to continue to make those kind of upgrades going forward for the other menus? I hope they do.
I'm pretty sure they will. It's Giants. They'll think of something.
I think so. I'm not sitting here trying to be mean to Giants or anything like that, but it's certainly one of those where the in its current state is there's much to be longing for at this point.
Yeah, and for us who were playing 22, we were used to that menu and everything. That was easy because you can go select, say, oh, you had a specific tab that tells you what mods you have. Like, say,
Exactly.
I have an announcement to make real quick.
oh
Ooh,
boy.
Let's hear it.
I have officially been married for 1 year. Today's Breeze and my anniversary.
Oh, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I thought it was something bigger, like Bree was pregnant or something, but yeah. So you let me down a little bit, but yeah.
No, not yet.
I mean, I was half expecting, oh, Bree just scared the bejeebers out of me again.
Well, she kind of did in a way, because she came up and just started tapping my shoulder. I'm like, huh? Look behind me.
What do you want?
All right. So serious. So the next one is the Craner FP300. That got an update for.
Oh, did you skip the class disco?
No, this one was next. This was the update. This came before that.
Oh, is this a PC only?
Oh, it's a PC only. My bad.
There we go.
Will.
So so the next one's the Class Disco Pack. This is my favorite mowers to use.
So this is one of them that you told me was kind of a funky thing, because I thought it was broken, but you told me that that's not the case.
Correct. Yeah, because okay, so it's weird. So it has the option either swath or widespread. So when you put it to swathing, it doesn't actually swath. So it just puts it into somewhat smaller rows. Unlike what widespread does.
Yeah, and like I said, when I first discovered it, I thought it was broken because when I saw swathing, I assumed swathing. I just presumed that, okay, this is going to be, something that can be utilized in such a way. And then
again.
so I just immediately assumed that, okay, swathing means swathing, and then when it didn't swath, I'm like, oh, well, I guess that means that I'm just going to uninstall this because it's got to be broken. And nope, the FS Encyclopedia told me otherwise.
Hello, Katie. How you doing? Yeah, it's someone in my chat named Katie. It says hi. Then I said hi.
Hi.
Let's see here. Yeah. So the next one is the TMC Kinsella. It was the base game one in 22, the bigger one. The mulcher.
And Will, if you don't mind, just real quick, I just want to address something just really fast. People who are in my stream and my chat, I will be going through the chat log and all that stuff later after we're all done here. So I didn't want to keep interjecting into the stream with chat. So just wanted to let everybody know.
Back to your regular scheduled programming.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is like the bigger mulcher. That's the 6-meter one. That was base game 22.
Yeah, nice mulcher. One of those where at the end of the day it serves a purpose, but I think there's going to be other mulchers later that are going to be better suited for mulching kind of thing.
Right.
Case in point, when we had the plow by Ridiculous Dominic, that one mulched and plowed at the same time. That one's awesome in my book. So I know I always go back to that one, but it's because I liked it that much.
Right.
But I mean, again, nice model, nice mod, nothing wrong with it. But if you need a mulcher and you want something that's 6 meters wide, go for it.
Correct. Yeah. 100%. I personally, if I use a mulcher, it's the horse one. It came with horse DLC.
Yes.
And 22 is the base game one now. So the next one is the Weber MT DSC 180. That's the silo compactor.
So I don't do silo compaction all that often. I don't do bunker silos all that often. Full sentence stop. But what I will say is that the model that I tend to always lean on when it came to the silo compaction was the kind of toe behind one where you could increase its weight by adding quote-unquote water to the wheels. It was just a giant set of come-along wheels. And
right.
I mean, again, nothing wrong with the mod, nothing wrong with the model or anything like that. Just not something that I would use because there were better available out there, and that's the one I refer to the most. So when and if that model comes back here to 25, that'll be the one I lean on. But it was also the same one that kind of got me into a whole lot of trouble there on Carpathian Countryside, if you all remember that one.
Yep.
Yep.
Let's see here. The next one is the Bremer transport trailer. That was base game in FS22. It's a low loader.
So it's the same modder who made the past 3 mods that we listed off here. and looks like they're taking a lot of the base game stuff and chucking it in, which is great. I absolutely love that. We got people who are looking backwards and bringing it back into the fold. Um, as for this model itself, I actually really liked the concept of this mod, the trailer itself, because of the kind of folding mechanics that it had to it.
Right.
But it's a decent introductory low loader trailer. 15 grand is not that bad, and
No.
it's very handy to have when you're first starting out.
Right. Yeah. I agree with that 100%. You know, I mean, I use that a lot in FS22 for a starting out one. It was super, super nice. I know it's actually funny because HT modding actually works for Giant Software too.
So I was literally getting ready to ask whether or not that was the case, because we're looking at the whole top row here on the mod hub, and all 4 of them are by HT modding, and they're all the old FS22 models. So it's like, that would make sense. So that I kind of presumed that was the case, but I didn't want to just be like, oh hey, this person must work for Giants.
Yeah, they do. So yeah, HT modding and Despo 93. Yeah, they both work for Giants.
Nice.
Yeah, and then speaking of the next one is the Amazon T Pack U. I never use that. Not even FS22.
No, it's something that definitely caught my interest, because it's essentially like a weight for the front of your tractor, but it also gives you like that kind of improved steering and whatnot. So you got, typically it's used with like the Amazon seeders and the what is it, the not cultivator, the Power Harrow combination. So you got the Power Harrow and cedar, combo kind of thing.
Right.
And it's used in combination with those to, keep all the traction and weight, evenly distributed amongst the entire tractor that you're using,
Right.
and increase its maneuverability and all that stuff. It's just not something that was ever necessary, and for 5 grand, I can think of, buying other things for the money.
Yeah, right. And I find it weird though because it's actually under cedars when it should be under weights personally, or
Yep.
miscellaneous. Now the last one here is the Christmas Decorative Pack by Fritz. I do like that personally because I actually like how you can actually walk over and turn the lights on and off instead of them just be automatic.
So I like it, and it's a great model, great everything. Like I said before, it's one of those that I wish that, and I don't know if it actually functions like this or not, but just like the snowmen that we were talking about earlier, I would love for this kind of model to be down year round, but disappear during certain times of the year. So only be visible during like the months of November to January, kind of thing.
Right.
And then if it's outside of those months, then it's just invisible. It's still there, and it'll pop back up in the following year, kind of thing.
Right.
But this isn't something that I would want to install on the map and then have to remember, or not even be remember, but be reminded throughout the summer months that, hey, there's, Rudolph and his, and the other reindeer all strewn about my yard,
Yeah.
kind of thing.
Yeah.
Christmas year round, though.
Well,
Right.
and again, because the menus are kind of clunky, kind of thing, it's one of those, making it a little bit easier on us in that regard would be nice. But again, it's kind of a wish list. The model itself is fantastic. I think they look absolutely gorgeous, especially the screenshots they use, the nighttime kind of visualizations that they give us. I think they're really, really cool. But just a quality of life improvement I would love to see.
Yeah, 100%. Well, that's it for new mods. That was all the mods that really came out all week, which was pretty good. Now, as far as I'm aware, we will probably get mods tomorrow and on Christmas Day, and maybe it all depends.
On Giants.
It all depends on if they're scheduled or not. So I mean, like I said, I'll be keeping a lookout. So I'll be posting it.
Yeah, well,
So-
we
Well, you
all know
normally
you're the
do.
one posting the mods. That you secretly work
Yeah.
for Giants.
I wouldn't go that far, man. But
Oh, wait a minute. Holy smokes. That's why you're the FS Encyclopedia. You secretly work for Giants, and you're just sitting here, like, going out, like, deep undercover, and you're going out to all of our channels. You're keeping an eye on us, aren't you? You're the Men in Black.
oh, you caught me.
That makes sense.
No.
And all of a sudden, my camera flashes, and I don't remember past 5 minutes.
You know, I mean, if I could work for Giants, that'd be awesome.
Easy.
No.
You gotta just ask for a job. Go ahead.
Dude,
I
I
know
live
this
in-
off already. Yeah, I might
At
as well
this
just
point,
work
they
for you.
probably know who you are, Will.
They probably
Dude, I mean-
do.
Yeah, probably. They more than likely though, even if I apply because I live in New York, you know, even if I got some in the States, I'd have to move to Chicago. Nope.
Yeah, no. Big
Yeah,
bad
You
yeah.
don't
no.
want to go to a windy city.
I've been to Chicago, and yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
I've been to Chicago once and never again.
Now,
I've never
Now,
been past Cody, Wyoming, so yeah.
Well,
now it's
do you mind if I tell a quick story?
yeah, go ahead.
Real quick. So when I was in Chicago, it was literally 2 weeks. 2 weeks after the riots in 2020.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Needless to say, when I went there, it looked like just a complete and utter disaster area. It was wild. I mean, there was still like windows blown out. There was glass shards everywhere. It was just nuts. My wife and I, we went walking around a store, like a local mall that was down the street from friends that we were visiting, because they live in Chicago. And when we had gone there, I mean, they were empty. The stores were literally just racks. Like, there was just nothing there. It was just gone. Everything was gone. It was the most wild thing I had ever seen in my entire life. And it was just,
Oh, jeez.
it was nuts. It was absolutely nuts. Like, everywhere you look, it was plywood, glass, spray paint, like, just, yeah, it was nuts. It was absolutely nuts.
You know, it's funny because Detroit, which I also believe is in Chicago, that's like one of the that's actually listed as, I think it's number 2 worst place to live in America.
I can attest to that. I've been to Detroit many times.
So yeah, now moving on for news wise, the very first thing is I want to start off with Giant Software, because we all know it's Christmas here in 2 days. They did post "Happy Holidays, farmers," while we enjoy some festive downtime. Support is limited until January 2nd. Key activations will still be processed, but other requests will have to wait until the new year. Thanks for your understanding.
I don't
And-
understand, Giants. Get to work.
Yeah,
I
Giants.
don't understand.
So,
We're like, okay, Giants, we'll give you this. We'll let you have the morning off for Christmas so you can spend it with your families, but you have to be in the office by noon.
Oh, y'all are
yeah,
nicer than me.
and if I'm looking at my calendar here, they're not going to be back until the 6th.
How dare they?
How
So,
dare they?
Slackers.
it's either going to be the
How dare they take a vacation when we want mods the most?
It's either the 6th or the
Yeah.
13th. So I believe it's the 6th though. As soon as I know, I'll let everyone know, which I always do.
By the way, which one of y'all turn the thermostat down. It's down to 23 degrees here. Which one of y'all is responsible for this?
That's 3 degrees
You?
here.
According to my watch, it's 51.
It's 3 degrees here.
It's raining and let's see.
It's lightly snowing here.
Come on, phone work. No.
Also another
45.
45.
Raining and 45.
Yeah, you guys are lucky. Also another big announcement, which I made a huge post about this for when I posted it for news. It came on-
Pharmacy there in 2026 already?
No, FarmCon 25,
Ooh.
July 5th to the 6th. Now it is going to be at the Lindner headquarters though, which is in Austria.
You're
Come
going,
on,
right?
Will, we can all go. You're a treat, right?
Okay. Dude, if I could afford that, trust me, I would invite all you guys.
So that's what you do with your $1 million, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, private jet. I'll just come and get you all, you guys.
Hey, they'll fly out to Washington. Cause see it, boss. I'll be needing about a week, 2-3 weeks off of work. For what? You'll find out as soon as I post pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
For me to know and you never to find out.
Yeah, and it's $17
What
a
is that?
ticket
Oh,
to
that's not
actually get
bad.
in, but you can also get a VIP access, which I think is almost $100 a ticket. Which you actually get to sit down and have dinner with Giant Software and their team.
Oh,
Ooh.
nice.
Yeah, Will, you can invite us because we know you secretly work for Giants and you're already going.
Oh my gosh, here we go.
Oh
You
no.
get us a free VIP pass, right?
I wish. I mean, DJ Goham doesn't even get a VIP access, like he's got to pay for it. He gets free
What?
access, but he's got to pay for it though.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so Giants, so he can get in for free, but to eat dinner he's gotta upgrade to the VIP access. I mean, it might not be the full 100, but so
I mean, all in all, though, I mean, for what you're getting, that's not bad.
yeah, no.
Not bad. Just too bad it's like too far away for any of us to really actually go to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, if they ever came to the States, go figure I'd ever go to it. I would.
I would.
I mean, but even then, it depends. Like, say, if it's in California, there's no way I'm going all the way across the country for a $17 event, right?
Oh, I would.
I would. 3 states away. Or 2 states away, actually.
Oh, BDD would.
No. No. If it was in California, no. No.
I mean, it was in Florida, maybe. I'll take my chances and go to Florida.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Florida, I'd be there all day, every day.
Right.
I'll just take the train and stay with you, BBD. Give you $100 every night.
There you go. I mean, I've been to California, and it was the most nerve-wracking trip. Well, second most nerve-wracking trip I've ever been on my entire life.
Really?
Oh, I was down there in like San Diego area. It was San Diego Coronado, way back in the day. This is back when I was in my 20s. And yeah, I have never been so like tense behind the wheel ever in my life, ever since. And I've lived in Atlanta, I've lived in Florida, I've been in heavy volume congested areas. And I'm in San Diego. Like, I'm not in Los Angeles. I'm not in like San Francisco or the big city. I'm in like one of the smaller, quote unquote, smaller cities in the state. And I was just like big bag of nope.
Nope.
Right.
Right.
But if it ever comes to the States, Will would invite us all and pay for us, right, Will?
Yeah, right. uh, here. All right, yeah. So we're moving on to modern news now. I know. So we got something from Custom Modding, which is official announcement for the Project Red Farm for their Case IH Steiger. It's their the one that's base game now, the one they had in FS 22.
Steiger.
Yes, it is coming back. And I'm reading down the comments, and I can see that someone asked, hopefully with the K9 Dozer Blade 2, and all Custom Modding put was some eyes.
Uh-oh. Some
So-
eyes?
Yeah, kind of like, like we'll
Hey,
see.
let's see if that's doable.
Okay.
And then which someone asked this, which I already know the answer to, but someone asked if the custom 7700 boss is coming to FS25, which I already knew it was, and he said yes. So
Nice.
So I already knew that one. Let's see here. Yeah, there was Lancey Boy. Yeah, Lancey Boy shared some of his map details that he was making from his Indiana map.
So that's a map that I'm really excited about. Number one, it's Lancey Boy. So what's not to be excited about? Number two, it's an Indiana map. I mean, having an Indiana map that's something other than Griffin, I think is going to be really, really cool.
Right.
Not
And-
that Griffin is not a good map.
Oh, no. Don't get me wrong. I think Griffin, Indiana is an amazing map. It's an amazing map. But having something other than Griffin is going to be really cool, and it's going to be by Lancey Boy. I mean, let's face it, there are certain map makers out there that are just, they are a step above the rest, and Lancey Boy is one of them. That's why I get so frustrated whenever I hear people like giving him such a hard time, and to the point to where they are just kind of like pushing away the his will to want to actually like do the projects kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Because it's like, if for some reason you upset somebody like him, and all of a sudden like he's like, you know what, I'm done, I'm not even going to bother with this community anymore, or whatever the case may be, like that's a huge gap to fill.
Mhm.
Those are shoes that are not going to be easily filled.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Now, speaking of big nodders, well, big modders, I can talk. Roughneck Modding Crew. Now, I don't know if you guys ever heard of them before.
I have.
They make a lot of PC stuff, but for FS25, since you can have a higher poly count, like for mods, you can have better detailed mods, and you can actually have certain things now, like international. Well, he's starting to make mods for all platforms. So he's making he's making this international. It's I forgot what it's called, but it's it's basically like a big international dump truck, basically.
Dump truck, dump truck, dump truck, dump truck.
I'm just seeing here.
You know, kind of dump truck, like a super dump truck with pop.
You follow me on Facebook, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I posted it on there already. Yeah, so this Brandon guy asked, is this coming to all platforms? Looks cool. And he said yes.
Nice.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not familiar with the modder in question, but I mean, it makes sense because I'm not big on PCs, so for somebody like me, that's not a shock.
Yeah.
But I'm excited. I mean, I like the international brand, and you know, if it's somebody who's you know, known for, you know, their PC builds, then I can only imagine that it's going to be really good, you know, good quality build for all platforms.
Right. And like I'm Well, I gotta figure this one out still, but I know I was trying to figure out how to actually show it on my screen. Um, but I just wanted to show it. So, unfortunately, I don't know how to yet. So that's one thing I'm gonna have to figure out here eventually. Yeah, no, I can't move over. Oh no, don't want that. All right, so there's that. I'm very excited for that. That's gonna be great. Just really curious. 20th. I'm just going back down on. Oh yeah, Agritono. Another big name in the FS community, Agritono.
Mm-hmm.
He's bringing
It's a
one
big
of his
name. Then how come I haven't heard of it before?
Agritono. He made a lot of mods for FS7. I mean FS22. Wow, almost 17.
Blast from the
That's good.
past.
Well, yeah. Oh yeah. He's actually bringing one of his favorite tractors back to FS25, and that's this John Deere 7J.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
So, yeah, it's already in game too.
Very nice.
And yes, I know everyone is going to ask. Yes, he is bringing back his Lizard Silverado and his Lizard Ford. So,
Okay.
Okay, here's one. Here's a mod I'm gonna say. Are they gonna come back with that harvester that has like the unreal capacities, like with the Kloss, unlisted harvester that can go like 100 miles an hour and stuff from 22?
What you mean? The one was Rusty was jumping?
Probably.
Did you see that?
the Lizard Colossus pack?
Yeah.
That is coming back, yes.
Nice.
Yes. Perfect.
Sweet. So Rusty can jump some more combines then.
Well, we've got to have combine jumping. I mean, that should be an Olympic sport.
Oh, it should be. Hands
Yeah.
down.
Yeah, I'll be like using combines to jump over stuff. That should be a sport by now.
Oh, you should
Jesus.
go back and watch one of Rusty's live streams. It's pretty funny.
Oh,
I mean, if we have monster trucks jumping airplanes, why can't combines do it?
I'll be sure to send you that video there.
Oh, jeez.
It's hilarious.
Now, here's some news from 4D Modding, though, which he's bringing a new brand into FS25, and that's Abby.
Ooh, nice.
So, yeah, because that's Abby 2000 R tanker, now ready for PC release. Some great news for console players, expecting the license agreement will be signed off this week. So the Abby brand will be released for all platforms.
Score.
Nice. I need to figure out how to do that once I start making mods and stuff. How to get an actual license so it's not just Lizard.
Well, you know what really kind of surprises me is I think that most manufacturers would be, I mean, for, I guess, lack of a better word, but practically just tripping over themselves wanting to be a part of this because, one, it creates brand recognition and it creates a environment in which people can actually go out and see their models in place, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I would imagine that a company would just be like, yeah, let's make sure we do this, even if they don't get anything out of it or anything like that, because it just creates the air of like free advertisement, essentially what it is. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I don't know. I know there's been certain manufacturers.
Was it the Wilson trailer website last night before bed? There's some trailers that I haven't seen in the game before.
Huh.
Yeah, at least that I haven't seen anyway.
I wonder if they're like new models or something.
Could be. I'm not sure.
But no, I would really struggle to understand why a manufacturer would say no to allowing their brand to be represented in game like this, even if it didn't bring them any money whatsoever outside of I just failed to understand why anybody would not want that.
I don't remember
Yeah.
But I mean, maybe that's why I'm not Mr. Business Tycoon. Is I don't know why there would be a negative ramification to that.
Yeah.
Let's see. No, yeah, no, I'm just trying to scroll through, see if I see anything else new that posted up or not. So far, I'm not seeing anything new. I mean, it's been pretty quiet, though, this week, though, for news related.
But I mean, it's one of those that pretty much everybody's on the way to Christmas. With the holidays and all that stuff, it doesn't shock me that this is the kind of time of year that things are going slowly.
Yeah.
Right.
Most of us.
Right. Let's buy some by customer. I don't know. Now, isn't H&S, isn't that owned by New Holland now?
H&S?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Or is it owned by International? I gotta look this up now.
Um,
The
are you
curious.
talking
bug
about
I
H&S
killed-
manufacturing?
Yeah.
H&S manufacturing, New Holland, yes.
Yeah.
Hannibal Tractors, New Holland, Bobcat Kinsey.
Yeah. Well, since New Holland owns them now, I'm pretty sure that they can come now to Pharmacist now since they own them.
Nice.
So which
One thing I haven't seen is like any of the big modern logging machines, like the Dawsons, the Tire Cats. Well, I've seen like third party, like FDR, but haven't seen anything like for Mod Hub though. At least I have seen, anyways.
It's a good point.
I mean, this isn't FS related, but it says thousands of people across Kansas, Arkansas, Tennessee, Missouri, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Florida. If you're reporting large satellite things falling from the sky.
Oh, jeez. That's
what?
that's all we
Yeah.
need here in Florida is more crazy stuff happening. We need
Sounded like
more
volume
opportunities
of
around here
guy,
for
oh
Florida
boy.
man to do something crazy.
Are you not Florida man? That's wait, you're not originally a Floridian, so
No.
Yeah.
No.
you're a Michigan man or whatever you guys whatever you guys call yourselves.
Michigander.
Michigander, okay.
Satellite
For Washington
falling out of the
Floridians.
sky. That's scary.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't there something going on with like drones or something like that going on in like New Jersey or something?
Yeah.
I don't know.
There's so many weird things going on right now.
You know what?
Mhm.
At this point, I'm just gonna nod and smile, look handsome, and go from there.
Good call, BBD. Good call.
I mean, what else am I gonna be able to do? At this point in my life, it's one of those that I get. Oops. Helps if you turn on the machine. There we go. At this point in my life, it's one of those where I could either, sit there and worry about every little thing that's going on in the world today, or I can just, kind of go with the flow and try and figure out how to proceed from there. And at this point, I'm just.
What are you doing, AI
Right.
worker? I give you
Oh.
2 headlines, you're still missing.
Oh, here we go. There you go. Some new news from WolfX Modding, or aka White Bull Modding.
White ball.
Their John Deere 5M series is sent off to Mod Hub testing.
Oh, nice.
But you started here.
White Bull.
That does kind of grind my gears. Like, look, I get it. Like, they have reasons and all that stuff. That's fine, but it's just, like I said, for those, like, I refuse to believe I'm the only person that really tries to pay attention to specific modders or specific things. Like, those are kind of key indicators to me. Like, am I the weird one? I mean, possibly, but
No, we're all weird in our own unique way.
hey, as long as I'm not the only one, then
Yeah,
Well, sorry, I
that
take it back. You're the only weird one.
I mean that right there is all the news. So that's all that happened. I mean, like I said, it's been slow due to Christmas and everything else. So
yeah.
unfortunately, I have to work on Christmas night.
Ouch.
That's how
Welcome to the party, Will.
I mean, to be fair, I was just gonna skip it and not even go in, but but I'm like, yeah, you know what? It's over. It's not overtime. It's holiday pay, so why not?
Hey, time and a half.
So
Well,
And at
nothing
this
wrong
point, I'm
with that,
getting
at
time
least.
and a half on top of overtime.
yeah, unfortunately, I'm definitely not hitting overtime. So there's that.
That's a bummer.
Well, it's a slow season. Now we're gonna travel plaza. So besides, I was told even on Christmas Day, like they'll get like one customer every 4 hours.
Oh, wow.
So I mean, I was even told that I don't even have to be. I could be there for 6 hours, maybe less, then leave. So if I really wanted to. So I was like, okay.
So what do you do for a job anyways, Will?
Well, we're gonna travel plaza, and I work at so there's different like concepts in the travel plaza. And I work at BK. I'm the cashier. But
Can I have it my way?
there? No. Well, so it's weird because so the travel plaza is owned by Apple Green, which is actually funny enough based out of the UK. That's where it originated. Was the UK.
God save the king again.
So technically yes, I got hired through Apple Green to work at BK. So their rules are a little bit different than other BK restaurants. But that's gonna be like my second part-time job because I'm gonna be getting another full-time job here. Hopefully, I got an interview on Thursday.
Well,
So,
good luck.
Yeah, it's at Walmart for a stocker position, but it's 40 hours a week. So
Nice.
Nothing wrong with that.
Evenings.
yeah, so um, so
But wouldn't you like you won't be able to do this because you have to work at night because they stock the store at night, don't they?
no, see, I'm gonna go in. I have the interview, and then see what position they offer me. I'm hoping that they offer me the morning job, like the morning position, which is usually like 6, 7 in the morning until usually about 2, 3 in the afternoon. I think it's 2 o'clock. Then just go from there to the other job, be there till like 8 o'clock, and then go home. So
Plenty of time to do the broadcasting afterwards, huh?
no, I'm going to no, because I go to church on Sunday, so I'm gonna tell them that I can't work on Sundays. So
Yeah.
at least I'll
Good
have
call.
one
Good
day
call.
off. So
Yeah. I hate working on Sundays like I had to do today. I hate working on Sundays. It's supposed to be a day of rest, not a day of work.
Well,
No.
technically, well, I mean, by New York State law, I don't know if it's by anything else. But I know by New York State law, if you're technically you don't have to work on Sunday if it's your religious
Yay.
day. So, which I don't like bringing all this stuff up on stream, but you know.
Well, I am a religious person too, so yeah.
I mean, you just tell your boss, be like, "Hey, I go to church on Sundays. Can't work on Sundays. Bye."
That's why Chick-fil-A closed on Sundays.
And Hobby Lobby.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay, here's something I need to ask. Does anyone kind of have any like holiday traditions that we do, like they do? Like, does the family go to Pacific Restaurant? And I know our family tries to be the last customers at the Waffle House every year.
Oh,
Does it work?
Sometimes we would go in at 12:55.
oh, that's mean.
Or 11:55. We go in at like 11:55, 5 minutes before the new year.
Oh wow!
Or the other
and you're not
tradition
worried
we
about them
have with me
ruining
and my
your
train
food.
buddies, we just hang out at the train station all night and guess the last train of the year, then the first train of the year.
Right.
That doesn't look fun.
Here's the
It
thing. Here's the thing: is I would never, in a million years, I don't care, no matter how much anybody were to pay me or to bet me, I would never walk into a restaurant expecting to actually be served food like 5 minutes before they closed.
Well, Waffle House stays open no matter what.
No, trust me, we have gone through in detail what Waffle House will and will not do. But no, I would never go into any restaurant whatsoever that close to closing time, because if you've not seen the movie Waiting, trust me, that's a thing. Like, do you know what movie I'm talking about with Ryan Reynolds?
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Yeah, so that is a legit thing, and yeah, it's not something you want to be dealing with whatsoever. Oh, it's because it's leased.
Again, like I said, there was one time I was at a Chick-fil-A. The line was so long, they actually had to cut the line and say, sorry, the line is so long. They were closing early that night, and they had to cut the line off at a certain point. I was so upset when they told me I could not order food after waiting in the line already 20 minutes.
Now, see, that one I can understand. That one I would be upset too.
Telling me that, plus the other 15 drivers behind me. I'm like, why are y'all closing at 7 o'clock anyway on a weekday?
Oof. Yeah, I would be pretty disappointed if I wasn't able to get my Chick-fil-A. What's funny is, I actually had Chick-fil-A yesterday, and I almost never go out to fast food restaurants. And that was like the first time I've gone to like a Chick-fil-A in years.
Right.
Oh, I couldn't go a week without Chick-fil-A. I go to Chick-fil-A every Friday.
Oh, Chick-fil-A is delicious. Don't get it twisted. I do like me some Chick-fil-A, but yeah.
Chick-fil-A, they're a fast food restaurant, but when you go inside, most of the time, I don't feel like it's fast food restaurant. They treat you like you're at a gourmet restaurant.
Yeah.
So funny story about the restaurant we went to yesterday. We walked into it, and it actually looked like a fast food restaurant. It was the one and only time I've ever been to a Chick-fil-A where the restaurant was really kind of dumpy. I walked in there, and you could tell it was one of those like old school kind of layouts where it used to have like one of those little kiddie play area places, but instead of the play area or anything like that being where it's supposed to be, instead they took these kind of makeshift barrier walls, and they ended up taking like all their office supplies and slapping it in the hollow cavity where the slides and all that stuff used to reside. And it was just a really kind of wild experience seeing this, what would normally be a really decent restaurant, kind of look kind of trashy.
Lord.
It was new. It was definitely a new experience for me. But it was also a restaurant I've never been to this particular location before. Because my wife and kids and I, we had all gone out and about last night to go pick up a few things. You know, some of those, of course, last minute stuff for the holidays.
Right.
Which there is
Uh-huh.
nothing more that will send me into instant regret than my wife telling me that we need to go to the stores this close to the to a holiday. It's like,
Yeah,
oh, what
good
if?
luck with that. There's gonna be nothing left.
Well, it's not even the nothing left. It's the people that go there and crank up the rudeness to 11.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Because they're in the same boat that most other people are in. It's like they're in the last minute shopping phase, but most oftentimes you'll get those people who have all their shopping left to do that they've waited for the last minute to get through. And they are not going to be hesitant whatsoever to let you know on how miserable they are having to be out with everybody else.
Oh yeah. I had an experience like that today getting gas. Like we were like I was waiting in like line, like say, and I was curious is like the car ahead of me had got there before me, but they were behind someone else, but the car ahead of me pulled forward. I let the other car go ahead and get in so they can get gas. But after they left, some car tried to come from the other direction and take my spot. I'm like, no, you're not gonna do that because I was with my fuel light on, and ended up getting 22 gallons of gas to fill my car up.
Oh, wow.
I was on E.
Well, so funny restaurant story. So I don't know if this is like nationwide or anything, but the McDonald's around here, they have the dual drive ordering lanes. Like, is
Yes.
this again?
Well,
I
We have
hardly.
them at all of our McDonald's.
We have
Like
one
I
here.
had someone kind of cut me off today at the McDonald's.
Oh,
They came in for the road. I was looping the building. They specifically have a sign that says, "Please loop the building. Can't come straight into the driveway from the road." But everyone tries to do that.
oh, jeez. Well, yeah. So something very similar. So, like I said, I almost never go to fast food restaurants. It's very rare. But the last time I had gone to the McDonald's, I was pulling into the drive-through and it had the dual lanes. Well, as a kind of way to kind of mitigate, people getting upset with each other, you would think that when designing these two lanes systems, that they would kind of draw out the single lane a little bit further to prevent people from being able to jump into the line. Well, not McDonald's. Nope. It's like blood sport up in there. Because they just basically had it to where the two lanes split out, but there's no barrier to prevent anybody from coming around. So what had happened was a very big line had formed when I had pulled up there. And I'd gotten in line, but I'd seen that the one person is like, they're insisting on going to the one lane with all the cars in it, but there's another lane that is accessible. They could have gone there, but they just chose not to. And it's like, okay, that's incredibly annoying, but whatever. I'm in line. I'm not. It is what it is. Well, people seeing that this spot is open decide, no, I'm not gonna wait. Why would I wait? I've got more important things to do with my life. Like, I don't know. Who knows? Eat a booger for all I know. And and they end up pulling like from behind us all the way in the back of the line and pulling around everybody in line so they can then hop this little 2-inch curb and get into the line in front. And it's absolutely mind-boggling. And then people are like, this is okay. Not like no horn honk or no nothing like that. They're just like, meh, it is what it is. I'm in line. What do I have going on today? So
No, today I gave the person that tried to cut me off a horn honk. I'm like, no, I'm already looped the building. You see me coming up to the microphone. There's someone at the other one already, and you were trying to race me there too. And I'm like, nope, you ain't getting there before me, buddy.
we'll see. And what's even better is depending on the vehicle you own. It's one of those, you said you can put in like 22 gallons, so I presume it's a pretty decent sized vehicle.
Oh yeah, it's an SUV Envoy. It's pretty big, but his truck was about equal competitor. But I guess he got the memo of like, oh, I was already. Cause he looked at me like, oh, you're already in line. Can I get in front of you? No. Loop the building like the sign. I point to the sign, and he just looks at me. He's like, fine. Gets
Did he give
behind,
you the middle
loops the
finger?
building, and gets behind me, and still beats the other car in the other lane who had 4 separate orders apparently.
Oh. Now, here's the thing: is just common courtesy dictates that if you've got massive orders or if you got a ton of multiple orders, go inside the building.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
don't-
that's where I'm like, listen, I don't like care. Like, say, if it's you're ordering, you have like Uber Eats or other stuff, still go inside and get it. Don't hold up everyone in the drive-through, because even like I say in the drive-through, my opinion, if it's more than like 2 people, you should really be going inside to order, because like say if you have like 7 people in your vehicle and everyone gets like a quarter pounder, you're gonna be sitting there forever anyway.
Oh,
Or this might move you to the please wait
Well, I saw
area,
this.
you know?
But I saw this one video on TikTok. I showed it to Bree. She started laughing. But this one guy literally was videoing him pulling up to the drive-thru in Taco Bell, and the woman on the other side said, "Please wait. The people ahead of you ordered $300 worth of Taco Bell. It's gonna be a minute."
Holy smokes!
holy
That's what I'm
smokes!
talking about.
How does
And
anybody order that much Taco Bell?
he literally said,
Okay,
Taco Bell's
I have
cheap.
something equivalent to that, and this is
He-
what like. Do y'all know what Crystals is? Like, it's similar to like the White Castle.
White Castle, yeah.
Yeah. So we went
Nope.
there and so we had one car ahead of us. They said, do y'all want to wait? Because a car ahead of you ordered 100 crystals. I'm like, it's 11 o'clock at night. Who's ordering 100 crystals at 11 o'clock at night?
I could
We
tell
were
you.
just wanting it because we, like, say, we've been driving all night. We wanted a snack, and they just so happened to be open. I'm like, you know what? We're good. We don't need to wait 2 hours for y'all
I
to
can
get
tell
these
you
100 crystals done at 11 p.m. at night.
I can tell you exactly who ordered it, but I can't say it here on YouTube.
"Oh,
I know as well.
Yeah. do with that information as you will.
Yes.
right."
Although the fastest time I've ever had was somehow in McDonald's where I ordered my food and paid for it, and they literally had my food at the next window, and I didn't even have to stop moving.
Wow.
That's always nice when that happens.
It's like, wow, that was perfect.
Has this ever happened to you all? The whole pay it forward thing?
Oh yes,
Not
like
yet.
I've actually done that before. Pay for the vehicle behind you, stuff like
yeah.
that.
Yeah, I have.
Well, so
I
so what ended up happening was I've had that happen to me before too, and I'd never heard of it before this. But then all of a sudden I started seeing like these like feeds coming up on like Facebook and all this stuff. And one in particular really kind of caught my eye. I thought it was absolutely hilarious. It was really mean, but it was really funny. So it was the whole, concept of paying it forward. And what had happened was that somebody had pulled into the drive-through line, and as they were paying for something, or as they were placing the order, the person behind them starts honking their horn, and like
Oh.
just being obnoxious.
I know where this one's going. I've heard the story.
Have you heard this story? So they're
Yes.
just being obnoxious, and they're just sitting there beep 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 beep, just going absolutely berserk. And all of a sudden, they tell the person at the drive-throughs, not only will I pay, or I'll pay for my order, and I'll pay for the person behind me. And so they end up at the first window telling them that I'm paying for the person behind me. They get to the second window, and the person
Use
at
the receipt for the second one to take the other person's order, so they have to go back around.
Exactly. So they end up taking both orders from them. They have to then pull back around, But the person was first told at the first window that, hey, this person in front of you paid for your order. So they really kind of humbled up and calmed down for a second until they got to the second window when the person took both of their orders.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm like, oh, that is just brilliant. So not only do they have to sit there and now go through the line all over again, but I mean, it was just one of those like, okay, that was a near perfect execution of you mess around and you find out.
You know, it's called oh, what is
Instant
it?
karma, kind of.
Exactly.
No, it's, patience is a virtue. Learn it.
Exactly.
Oh, I hate to cut it short, guys, but I gotta go to bed. It's already 1:20. I gotta be up early.
What do you mean? It's only 10:20 here.
Yeah, it's 1:20 a.m. here.
Yeah, it's only 10:20. We can go all night, right, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, not me, unfortunately.
I mean, come on, Will. I mean, if you like do what Driver, if you had enough subscribers, you do like Driver did, just beef a donut and you keep going.
Dude, if I was at that point, I don't think I would be working.
Yeah.
You'd be working for Giants at that point.
Like streaming or making videos would be my job.
Yeah.
That'd be so
Yeah.
fun.
Oh. All right, guys.
Be
Well,
like
I hope you
DJ.
guys. Well, I hope you guys have a wonderful night.
God save the king. Well,
Great hanging out with you, Will. I'm going to be hanging on for a little while longer. I still got to go through the messages and super chats and all that stuff. So,
Oh, you're all good, man. Well, Jonah and Luke, it was a pleasure. BDD as always.
yeah.
great hanging out with you, bud.
It was fun. Have a good night.
You too.
Hey, Will.
Take care, Will.
Quick question.
What?
You forgot to sing.
No, I did not. All right, guys.
Da 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 da.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
Take care, man.
All right, bye.
See ya.
All right. Luke and Jonah, you still there?
Yeah, we're
I
still
am.
here.
All right, beauty. I just wanted to make sure that nothing would get cut off by him hopping off, but looks like we're all good.
Yo.
So I need to go through all the chats, and they have been building up all evening here tonight, so we are going to go through these rather quickly.
It might take another half hour, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm going to be on for a while, but y'all are certainly not obligated to hang out.
Oh, I'm gonna hang out. Like, I mean, I was asked, but I'm not scheduled tomorrow, so I technically don't have to go. They said it was just recommended if I needed something to do, so I don't have to show up tomorrow
So
if
what
I
you
don't
guys are gonna
want.
watch tomorrow then, right?
Well,
Or
I'm sorry,
today,
Luke, what was
like-
that?
You didn't go watch trains there, right, Jonah?
Yeah, I'll just stay home and watch trains today.
There you go. Nothing wrong with that.
Fly the drone and everything.
Yeah. Maybe edit some videos.
Oh yeah, I edited a video during the stream now. It's uploading to YouTube for a 9 a.m. upload tomorrow.
Nice.
Nice.
All right, so let me go ahead and start reading through these chats here. I'm going to start with the super chats. We've got Rail Fanning Jonah with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Jonah. Greatly appreciate
You gotta
it.
start at the top.
What was
No.
that?
You gotta start at the top.
No,
top.
you have to read that comment first, and he
Oh.
knows why, Whiskey.
Now, I will say this wasn't the first comment I got, but it is a super chat, so I will read that out first. So it says, here's $5. Read my comment first, please. LOL. And the
Yeah,
reason that it was worded that way is because Whiskey Creek Farms, aka Luke, here on stream tonight, sniped the comment section and actually beat Jonah to the punch. He said, first, beat you, Jonah. I replied back because literally, I mean no lick a lie here. Literally, I just posted the stream maybe 2 minutes before Whiskey ended up posting on it, and I ended up says, "Wow, Whiskey with the snipe. He shoots, he scores." Jonah then replies, says, "No! How could you, Whiskey?" Whiskey says,
Sorry,
"Just..."
But all the whiskey I've been drinking.
I was laughing really hard. As soon as I saw that Luke here sniped the stream, I'm like, "Oh, this is going to be an interesting evening." Oh my goodness. And also Jonah with the 5 gifted memberships. Jonah, thank you so very much again. I greatly appreciate it.
No problem.
We got a membership going to Mark Patterson, CS Benji 2020, Kirk Winbank, Christopher Autry, Doobie Gaming, and yeah, that's it. So again, thank you so very, very much. Now continuing on with the chat, Whiskey says just under an hour to go. Ken says, "What up, people? What up, Ken? How you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far." Also says, "At least you are not last Jonah." That's also a good point.
Yeah, maybe one day I'll just won't chat anything, and then just at the last little bit, just put a comment that says "last."
No, see, here's the problem, Jonah, is the last time that you did something similar to that, where you didn't leave a comment, we almost sent a search party out for you.
That's right.
So, just saying, it's one of those where if you're gonna do something like that, at least let somebody know so we don't start calling the local Carolina cops.
Good point. I'll let you know, BBD.
There you go. There you go.
Why should he be in stream when you do it?
What's that?
He should be in stream when he does it. Totally forgets about doing it.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. We got Jonah says it's almost time. Ken says, "What up, BDD? What up, Ken?" We got Ken also saying, "I'm the only one BDD's chat." I know. So this was a bit of a different setup here tonight. So this was the Farming Simulator broadcast. This is the kind of the stream where we do the mods, the maps, the news, things like that. So this is the kind of once a week, so where we're not really, I don't want to say we're deprioritizing the chats, but what we're doing is we're letting the conversation roll on. Now tomorrow is going to be what I'm thinking, most likely because of Giants being on vacation, the next live stream here for the channel. So most likely what's going to happen is going to do like a normal stream like what we do tomorrow. So just wanted to make sure we kind of throw that out there. So if I'm not responding or if I'm not reading the chat, it's because I'm engaged in the conversation.
You should put that in the chat first thing.
What's that?
You should put that in the chat first thing. Go, hey, I won't be answering right away, you know?
You know what? That's actually a really good idea. Yeah, I'll definitely do that for next one. Definitely for next
Just because
stream.
it's a good idea and you hear it from me don't mean you have to do it.
No,
And you can be first in chat on that live stream, BBD.
I can snipe the chat. Let's see. Taco Dig Groot, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hello, gang. And let's see. Luke Marshall, how's it going? Hope you have a fantastic day so far. Says hello, Dave. David Butterworth, how's it going? Nice to see you again. Says, hey BDD and gang, hope you all well. Finally managed to get FS25 myself, buzzing with it. Nice, you finally show your good looks, BDD. Ha ha ha. Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh,
thank you for coming out tonight.
BDD.
What was that?
Nothing. Did you hear it there, Jonah?
I didn't hear anything, Luke.
Are you two plotting against me?
No, I actually did not hear what he said.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Ken says, what up, Farmer Groot and Luke? We got Taco de Groot saying all good here. Ken says, hey, David. David says, what about Jingle All the Way? Good movie. Oh, with Arnold Schwarzenegger. That is a good movie. Very good movie. I mean, it's just like any Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's not a cinematic masterpiece by any means, but it's fun. It's ultimately, at the end of the day, it's fun. And I forgot I was doing a harvesting contract, and I haven't been paying attention to it. Let's see. David says, hey, Ken, my man, hope you're good, bro. Oh, let's go ahead and... There we go. Taco says, Little Lord Fauntleroy was a nice Christmas movie. I've never heard of that one. Have either of you two heard that one?
Nope.
I think
Yeah.
so.
That's a new one by me. Taco also says, I have a little Salux spreader for 2,000, and it does lime and fertilizer and holds 13,000 Ooh, well, that's nice. Luke says, how's everyone doing today? Doing fantastic. Also says, yep, I'm here. Jody, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, hi, how you doing tonight? Doing fantastic, bud. Luke says hi to Jody. Dust Bunny, how you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic night
Dust
so
Bunny.
far. Says, evening, Mr. BDD and chat. Says, evening, Mr. Jody. What did I do? Question mark. I don't know, Dust Bunny. Didn't do anything as far as I'm aware. Jody says, hi, Dust Bunny. Dust Bunny says, how are you and the family doing, Mr. Jody? Getting ready for the holiday. Jody says, doing pretty good. Been a little bit rough. Sorry to hear that, Jody. We got Farmer Groot. How's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. And says, thank you. I am Groot.
All in one letter.
All in one letter, exactly. We got Jody says, I don't use the Road Network mod. That's all right, though. Like I said, it's not for everyone, but it's one that I certainly recommend. Oops, turn that back on, open that up. Let's get this back over here. Dust Bunny says, sorry to hear that, Mr. Jody. Things are getting better. There we go. Contract's finished. We got Luke says, why isn't anyone talking? Luke with the question. So this, like I was saying before, and I like Luke, aka Whiskey's solution to this. I am going to, from now on, whenever we do these particular streams, that it's going to be slightly different, and where I'm not going to be responding to the chat right away. It's going to be all held to the end, because we're going to be discussing so many things, and we're also stream sharing between WillTGaming and myself. So he's doing a stream on his channel, I'm doing a stream here on mine. So it's one of those that I don't want to be interjecting every couple of minutes trying to get everybody's chat in there. I'd rather just kind of ram it all in right at the very end and kind of go from there. So if I miss your
Unless, like,
chat...
someone just gets 50 memberships mid-stream, then you may have to say, oh, hold on a second, someone just gifted 50 memberships.
Well, yeah, if somebody gifted 50 memberships, then it's one of those where I would definitely have to say, okay, hold on, give me a few, because one, I'd want to be able to say thank you right then and there, but also because it'd just be sitting there dinging in my ear for like 2 or 3 minutes.
And you need to take a breath, take a couple breaths to be able to get your composure back too.
Well, yeah, and that's it. Because I remember the last time it happened, Jonah. And I'm sitting there just completely befuddled and not really understanding what is going on at that point in time.
Like
Like
I happened to be in that live stream too.
Oh, were you in that one too?
Yeah,
That
Luke
the one I
was.
in.
Yeah. Needless to say, I was kind of tripping over myself, not realizing what had happened, and not really realizing that I was set up. Jonah.
I tortured you for a month. I have to read all of those names for a whole month.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And you know what? I'll be 100% honest. there are worse problems to have than to read, 50 names because somebody was generous enough to gift the channel something like that. And is the reason why you're able to see my face right here and now is because of Jonah. So hence the reason why I always refer to him as the man, the myth, the legend.
Yep. I mean, like, and you're brave enough to be able to do that every live stream. It's like some people's like, well, past a certain point, I'm like, well, I can't, like, it's too many to list off, so just here they are going on screen.
Well, I mean, it was one of those where before you gifted the memberships, there was a system I had in place where I would just have the names on the screen and doing all that kind of stuff. And after that happened, it made me realize, like, okay, this isn't a tenable position for me to be able to do. I can't just sit here and do 50 different names on the card and show multiple cards and doing all this different kind of stuff. I have to figure out a way to be able to do this more efficiently. So it forced me to grow the channel and grow my perspective on how to do something. And I mean, it wasn't something I was planning on doing, but something that was very welcome to do.
Something you kind of had to do after Jonah popped it on you.
And again, there's certainly worse things to have happen to oneself than to have somebody's generosity to gift 50 memberships and to essentially buy a camera. So it's, again, I'm not going to complain whatsoever.
I hope
Yep.
not.
So, let's see. Dust Bunny says probably because nobody's listening. Or should I say reading? So yeah, like I said, I apologize. I will make this more clear going forward in the future. This wasn't a normal stream. So I do apologize for that. It was certainly no offense was intended, if anybody was offended. Luke says, how are you doing, Dust
I'm
Bunny? Good to
offended.
see you.
Not really.
What'd you say?
I'm offended. Not really.
I mean, it's one of those that I can see somebody being upset if they're expecting interactions and stuff like that, and I didn't explicitly say that at the beginning. Or actually, that's not true. I did say it in the beginning, but I said it and I didn't actually write it out or anything like that to say, hey, I'm not going to respond right away or anything like that.
What
So,
if you pin it to the top?
which, yeah, that's I think what I'm going to do. As soon as you said that, that's what clicked in my head is like, oh, I should, make a comment and pin it so that way it's always going to be there. That's not going to just disappear. Let's see. Dust Bunny says, I'm doing well, Mr. Luke. Thank you for asking. How about yourself? Are you ready for the holidays? Luke says, okay. Have a good night. I'm out. All right, Luke. Well, hope you had yourself a fantastic day. You take care. We'll see you again next time. Dust Bunny says, good night, Mr. Luke. Take care. Daniel, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day. Says hi. Dust Bunny says, hello, Mr. Daniel. Hot night. How you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day. Says, hey, sheep. Poof. We got Dust Bunny says, hello, Mr. Hot Night. Dust Bunny says, you won't be married long if you're sitting here chatting in a live stream when you're supposed to be celebrating your anniversary. Oh, oh no.
Shots fired.
Oh boy, good thing Will wasn't here to hear that one.
I didn't even think about it like that, but Dust Bunny is 100% right about that.
Solid burn there.
Oh, ooh, that
We're
yeah.
gonna have to contact Will on that one.
Somebody call 911.
Pop back on. We gotta talk to you.
Hey, Will, you need to come back.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That one that one cut pretty deep.
A little too deep.
Yeah. Oh, that is funny though. Not gonna be married too long. Let's see, where is this going? This is going up here. There we go. Let's see.
You never know.
Katie says hi. Hi, Katie. How you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Dust Bunny says hello, Miss Katie. Dust Bunny says just because someone worked for Giants doesn't mean they know what they're doing. And yeah, that's a good point. And oh, we got the Steiger. Dust Bunny, thank you so much. I appreciate that. So I missed it. I missed it for a long, long time. Let's see.
What
We
is
got.
it?
What? Okay, I apologize. I have no idea how to pronounce your name, and I don't even know what language you're speaking in. I see hi. That's. I apologize. I don't know what you're saying there. Let's see. Several comments there, and all of them. Yeah. Alehi. Sak. I apologize if I mispronounce your name, and I apologize I'm unable to communicate with you. I just don't know what language that is. Dust Bunny says, oh. Well, Dust Bunny is talking with them, so I'm impressed. Okay.
Probably Google Translate or something.
You know what? That's actually probably a good point. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. We got Ken says we are all weird in our own, one way or another. LOL. You know what? Good point. That is a very good point. Brady, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hello everyone. Ken says hey Brady. Rimmer Productions. Dust Bunny says good night everyone. It's 12:22 a.m. here. Headed to bed. All right, Dust Bunny. Well, I hope
See
you
you,
had
Dust
yourself
Bunny.
a fantastic night. You take care, and we'll see you again next time. Ken says good night to Dust Bunny. And Big Papa Sims, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. And I do believe we're all caught up.
Yay!
Yay.
So we rammed through that rather quickly. So
It's
yeah,
probably also slightly less because, you know, it's yet again, some people couldn't know it was the broadcast, so maybe they already knew kind of it wasn't going to be, you know, as active, but luckily it's not like a chat that's a bazillion words long at this point.
yeah. Well, and
Yeah.
I pre-scanned it before I started reading it. To decide whether or not I was just going to do like highlights or something. But yeah, it was not long enough to where I wasn't going to go ahead and go through it. But like I said, I want to thank everybody who came out, to the chat. I wish I would have thought of, what Whiskey said earlier before and actually like made a comment to say, hey, I'm not going to be as responsive as normal, but it will be back to normal programming come tomorrow. Of course, that'll change only if Giants puts out like a map or something like that, but I don't suspect that happening over the next couple of weeks. One of those.
You should dress up tomorrow for a Christmas stream.
So honestly, I was thinking about doing something because this is going to be the last stream I do before Christmas.
Well, I hope so. Well, like after tomorrow, it's like 2 days away.
Yeah.
No,
yeah,
after
exactly.
tomorrow, Christmas Eve's on Tuesday.
Well, actually, I keep saying tomorrow, but it's today.
It's today. Yeah, that is correct. That is today.
Well, I
it
can say
is
tomorrow,
technically Monday.
So yeah,
For us at least.
I can say tomorrow because I'm in the past.
Yeah, Luke, you in the
you're
past, we in the future.
But yeah, I mean, it's just one of those. At the end of the day, I had an absolute ball here tonight with all four of y'all, all three of them. I like doing these streams. It's something that I don't get to do like on the regular, talking about mods and maps and stuff like that. Outside of like going into more depth about the mods, I should say, because I can sit there and talk about mods and stuff on streams and stuff, but I don't really go into like that much depth or detail other than to say, hey, look at this, I'm using it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Ken just says, I have the house to myself for tomorrow's stream, LOL. Uh-oh. What's, So, what, did you kick out everyone, or are they going out and about somewhere tomorrow? there, Ken, because you got Pippa and her mother, if I'm not mistaken, are all there. So
So what you're saying is Ken is gonna be the Lone Ranger tomorrow.
yeah, right.
Yeah. Now probably they're just he's probably just still recovering, so he may just want to stay at the house and not have to go anywhere.
I mean, maybe.
Who knows?
Let's see. So, bu- 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 so, Luke, are you still in FS22 or did you come over to FS25?
22.
You're still
Right
in
now.
22. And Jonah,
Oh, a
you're in
big
25,
map.
correct?
I'm on 25. Yes.
You're in 25. So, Jonah, I can ask it to both of you. That's fine. Of the mods that we discussed here tonight, what were some of your favorites that we discussed?
Like mine personal, like that John Deere harvester, like I used that on 22. That was the harvester I used on like big Texas flats and stuff. So that one is my favorite, of everything of what was listed there.
So, let me guess. You had the American flag slapped on the side?
No, actually, I like that, but I was going for the just classic John Deere stuff like that, big capacity. And stand by for a loud interruption. Right on cue.
What
Open your
about
window. Let's hear it.
and what about you, Luke? What was some of your favorites that we discussed here tonight?
Probably gonna be the road making one.
Yeah, so that one is a big one for me. I mean, me personally, I absolutely love it because, again, I don't use this word lightly. It is a game changer.
Oh, there goes that stop sign. Went flying.
Are
There's
you
my
trying to do your
big
best
gold-
BDD impression?
Maybe.
But, I mean, so Mr. CLP did a video about kind of going over it in detail and testing and all that stuff, and he was actually able to send a worker. Now, the one thing I will say is the worker was very juddery. Like, it seemed like every transition from the one road to the next, to the next, to the next, there would be like that kind of spurging, that kind of like it couldn't decide where the road went, but then it just took a second to kind of go, kind of thing. So it was one of those, like, at the end of the day, it's a huge improvement. And it's
Yeah.
like you can actually have a map like No Man's Land and make roads, like make actual roads.
Yeah.
So that's huge. That is so beyond huge, and I would love to see Haldor go through and make updates as time goes on with different different styles of textures and roadways and like roads with markings on it and things like that, to really kind of be able to integrate the whole kind of map building experience
Oh,
while
yeah.
also making it, AI worker friendly to be able to travel down. I think that would be an absolutely amazing thing that they could do. Because I think I even have it installed right now, so I can actually show it off here. I think... Is it... No, it's not constructible.
Like things with like No Man's Land being able to do the roads, you can properly kind of get a base map and kind of build your own city and stuff better than having like to build your own map just using No Man's Land to kind of build your own kind of personal map in a way, if you know what I mean.
Well, yeah,
With
and
the roads and stuff.
that's essentially what it all boils down to, is being able to do what it is that you want with any style of map. Yeah, here it is right here. So there's these four kind of roads that they have here. They got the gravel road, the dirt gravel road, the dirt road, and then the asphalt road. So there's those four kind of, distinct things. But as we kind of look at this, oh man, I'm so glad I'm going to show this off because this is huge. So I'm going to go specifically to this part of the terrain where it's really uneven. Now you can see if I pan in how that's not flat whatsoever. But if I were to place this down, it would adhere to the terrain that is underneath it. So it actually kind of sucks down and into the road. If this was on a giant hill, you can see how if I turn it, something like that, you see how the hill is kind of eating it? It's like disappearing into the hill itself. If I were to place it down, it would then just conform to the terrain and however the terrain is laid out at that point in time. It's an absolute game changer, like I said. And you
should do it and drive up it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those where I cannot speak highly enough of this. And right now for our base game, we've got pretty decent ones here so far. There's not really good ones that kind of blend in, but what's also nice about this is that the terrain deformation works on this, in all its various degrees. So I mean, you can see how like it doesn't really match up to any of the roads or things that are in this immediate area, but at the end of the day, it's not it's not the end of the world kind of thing. It's something, but it also comes with this dirty details, which if I pan out a bit, maybe go, you can see how it just adds these little like markings and stuff, which I think is really cool. And you can get mud tracks, you can get gravel tracks, tractor tracks, something like that, long tractor tracks, long dark tractor track, like all these various different stuff, gravel grass spots. Like it's really kind of cool just how it all kind of works. And yeah, I'm on board with it. I absolutely love it. I think that Ola Holdor made an amazing mod, and it's worth the game changer stamp. Let's see.
Very few far in between.
Say that again?
The very few and far in between game changer.
Oh,
stamp.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's, like I said, I don't give that stamp out very easily. It's very, very rare. And so far tonight, I've given it out twice. But it's because, although I think a mod or a map or whatever may be great, it might be very, very good, when I say game changer, I mean something that is literally something that is so unique, so new, and so revolutionary that it literally changes the game. Not just oh, hey, this is a kind of a new way of looking at things or a new way of doing a thing. No, like, I mean a literal game changer. And that one is a literal game changer. Because you could go onto a no man's land and build up the entire map. You could have gone on and just kind of do whatever it is that you want to do with it. But you would never have an AI traffic spline. You'd never have, or I keep saying AI traffic spline, an AI worker spline. You would never have the ability to send your worker to go and do things. The best thing you do with workers on a no man's land map is being able to cut into the ground, create a field, and then have them work the field. That's the best you could have hoped for until this.
Yeah. What did you get caught on? Oh, that makes sense. Continue.
Oh, so I was saying how now you could literally buy all the plots of land between your starting farm there on no man's land and the shop, and then actually send your worker to go to the shop to pick up something. Like, that's how big of a change it is. Instead, because no man's land, again using it as the example, you're so far away from the shop compared to where your starting farm is, even though it's pretty much a straight shot for the most part, it still takes you a long time to get from point A to point B. Like, it's not a fast journey. So, Ken says, Pippa has her son arriving tomorrow. Pippa and her mom staying at her grandparents while her son is there for Christmas. Oh, that's awesome. Well, I tell you what, Ken, tell Pippa that I hope that she has an amazing trip and an amazing time hanging out with her son. And I'm sad that we won't be able to see her on the stream, but she's going to be doing far more important things. So I hope that she has an absolute blast. Because I haven't actually seen her in the stream here tonight, so if you could relay that to me, I'd greatly appreciate it. Let's see. So, trying to think of all the things we talked about tonight. I mean, we've been chatting for
We covered a lot of stuff.
a lot of stuff here tonight.
This is like your normal length of a thing. So, like, say we've been talking about mods all night long.
Yeah.
Like, they've kind of mashed together for me a little bit.
Oh yeah, I mean, here's the thing: is I'm excited about the stream and stuff like that because this is something new. So it's not something I get to talk about often, and I mean, for those who are familiar with the channel and all that stuff, knows that I like to give my opinion. I like to sit there and say, hey, you know, uh oh.
Are you pulling a Jonah?
No, not quite.
I love it. I love it.
I am lifting a corn header with my telehandler.
Oh.
And it is, well, lifting the back tires. That's pretty good.
Yeah, so there's going to be a test given by WillT later on what we learned today. It's going to be graded afterwards.
That's
Oh,
funny.
great. Did you see that one screenshot I sent you? BDD?
The screenshots?
With that telehandler with that corn header, I think it was.
Oh,
I think you showed up on a live stream. I can't remember.
I believe so. Did you send it in like Discord a while back, or?
Was it Discord or Messenger? I can't remember.
Yeah.
But I like a corn header though with my telehandler. It was like, yeah.
Yep. Yes. I'm looking at it right now. Yep.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. And
oh yeah.
back end was lifting.
I could see that being a little hairy.
That attachment there is pretty nice.
To move around the corn header and all that.
Yeah, it goes on your telehandler.
Yep. Well, what's nice about it is that it really opens up the possibility of being able to put your headers in places that your headers wouldn't be able to go.
Yeah.
Like they make those like storage racks, and they're meant for the headers and stuff like that, but if you don't have an attachment like for your telehandler, then there's no way of fully utilizing it. So yeah,
and you can also make it for your front end loader too.
Oh, nice. That's cool. Let's see.
Let me see if I can.
Like that. I tell you what, the one really nice thing about FS25 and...
Yeah, it's wheel loader, it's header mover.
Wheel loader...
John Deere, case, Kloss, Fendt, semi-trailer. Wheel loader and telehandler, 2 options for it.
Nice. Yeah, I'll definitely... if you wouldn't mind linking that in the chat, I would like to check that one out.
Okay.
Sweet. But...
or just send it to you.
Yeah, there you go.
Because I'm not a moderator, so I can't.
Well, I mean, just what I'm saying is just message it the name to me, and I can look it up. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's probably one of my top 10 mods I need to make for you, too, so. Which I was thinking about that earlier today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're still interested, man, feel free to send that over.
Yeah, I just remembered today.
It's never too late.
It's never too late.
I just remembered today again. Oh, shit, I was going to do that. Oh, well.
But, Let's see. We got Ken says, I will do that for you, BD. Awesome, Ken. I appreciate it. Hugo, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, I will game with you. I appreciate it, Hugo. We're actually probably getting ready to wrap up here in just a little bit, but I do appreciate it. Let's see. We got... Okay, perfect. Oh, let's put that back. Let's put this here. Okay. Let's try... What we got? Oh. No. Oh, a mowing? Yeah, let's do a mowing. We'll do a quick mowing, and then we'll probably start wrapping things up from here. So...
Wrapping things up. Is that supposed to be a fun for Christmas? Wrapping up gifts?
Oh, man. So, funny story is I have yet to even begin to wrap my gifts yet.
Lord, that's a problem.
I mean, I only have gifts for my wife to worry about, so it's not like I've got hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of gifts. My poor wife, she sits there and she deals with pretty much all the gifts for all the family, but I mean it's mostly her family to begin with, so it's not like she basically has to worry about me, the kids, and my father. That's really about it. And I'll sit there and like go do the shopping for him, kind of thing. But she's the one with the big family. What was that, Luke?
You do the shopping and she wraps.
No. So for my father, I'll shop for my father, but she'll sit there and wrap because I can barely fold a shirt, let alone wrap gifts.
You see my wrapping
I'm
paper.
terrible at wrapping gifts.
Yeah.
I'm awful at it. I cannot. Again, if I had to do something in order to save my life, I might as well just kiss it goodbye at that point. Because...
Yep. I'm like, well, you want me to wrap a gift? Well, it's in a gift bag with wrapping paper on top.
Yeah. Oh, that's it. That's literally it. It's not something that I can do. It's just I was born without the gene or the skill of wrapping.
My sisters do an amazing job at it, but me, not so much.
Oh, I remember one time, it was actually the very first Christmas my wife and I were together, and I wrapped up this gift, and it was just, I forget what it was, and really it's not important, but it was a really kind of awkward, like, wrapping, like, even, like, the most gifted and talented of gift wrappers would have had a difficulty with this one, but me...
Easy, you find a really big box to stick it in.
Yeah, and that's what I had ought to have done, and actually... so my wife, she is very, very particular as to what she will quote-unquote allow to be in bags or boxes. And in the same year, I had wrapped this thing, and I looked like I just took a whole bunch of wrapping paper, just wadded it all together, and just kind of put up like a 300 layers of tape around the outer edge of it. It was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. But that was the best I could do. You know, it's I'm born without the wrapping gene. It's ingrained in my DNA. And this same year, because after I had done that, I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna box the rest of these, bag the rest of these, and I got gift bags. So for the rest of it, I'm like, okay, at least it looks decent. I went the extra mile. I got some paper, like some of that tissue paper, and I stuffed it in, looking really nice and whatnot. So she's got this one gift that looks like it just completely exploded, and then she's got all these other ones in gift bags. And I'm shocked she didn't just leave me right then and there. I'm shocked that we're married after pulling a boneheaded stunt like this, because I was more concerned about the gifts and getting her something, but she's she's really into Christmas, and she's into like the surprise and the unwrapping, and most people are. Who doesn't want to open up gifts, kind of thing. Well,
Yeah.
she got all these gifts, and they're all in bags and all this stuff. She's like, all the gifts are really lovely, and you did a really good job, and I appreciate it. But man, did it really stink to open everything up in bags and all this stuff. And it's like, oh, you know what? I wish I would have thought of that sooner, but you do make one really good point. So yeah, needless to say, from that point on, bags and just boxes have been just absolutely off the table. But the one thing I did do one time, and she shockingly actually got kind of a kick out of it, but this is the one time where I really like went above and beyond with my wrapping, and I when it didn't turn out right, I just tore it off and started again. But I wrapped everything in newspapers, and she wasn't angry, but she was like, okay, I could see what you were doing with this, but get me something pretty next time.
Sorry, it's what I thought it was gonna be cool. So here you go, anyways.
And it's one of those like, I understood where she was coming from, but it was one of those like, I was doing like the aesthetics around it, so it was something I was purposely driving towards because of some of the gifts that were a part of the Christmas. Like, it all kind of went with a theme that I was doing. So she understood it. She's like, but please don't do this again. I'm like, okay.
So did y'all participate in any like Dirty Santas this year or Secret Santas?
What was that?
Did y'all two participate in any like Secret Santa or Dirty Santas this year?
I mean, we don't really do like a Secret Santa. I don't know what a Dirty Santa is. What's that?
The Dirty Santa is like, you get a gift, like say, everyone's getting gifts, but you take from the gift pile or steal someone else's gift.
Oh, like I forget what they call it. It's like takes and swapsies or yeah, like there's so many different names for it. No, so whenever we do like the family kind of thing, because I'm basically the only family down here besides like my wife's side of the family, they're all down here in Florida. My family's all up in Michigan, so really don't get to go to like a family Christmas on my side of the family that often. It's pretty rare that we do anything like that. But her side of the family, they don't really do anything like that. We all pretty much just kind of gather around their house and kind of hang out kind of thing and exchange gifts.
Except for this year.
No, we did it this year.
All right. Your family's up in Michigan. Hers isn't.
Yeah, no. So I'm saying the family that we went to see was hers this year.
Yeah.
It's rare that I get to see my family for Christmas.
Yeah. Same with
What about
mine being
Thanksgiving?
from Mississippi, but that's only my mom's cousin. Like say, our family, like say, we have no desired actual state. We're across the whole U.S. We have family in every state in the U.S. except
wow.
Hawaii and Alaska.
That's crazy.
Yeah, we're everywhere. So it's like we like say we were going to Arkansas. They're like, hey, we're 2 hours away from this person we haven't seen in 4 years. Let's stop by and say hi.
What about
Wow.
Washington?
Yeah, we got family in Washington too. Like,
Well, next time you're over here, let me know.
yeah, like say it's not that I go to Washington often. It's like look, we just kind of bump into most of these people when we bump into them. I mean, Luke, to be honest, I was in Washington not too long ago when I was on my way to Boston, Massachusetts, but we didn't stop because it gave us kind of like we didn't want to go through the rush hour, so we kind of went there at 2:00 in the afternoon.
Wait, did you say Boston?
Boston, Massachusetts, yes.
You came to Washington to go to Boston.
We went through Washington to go to Boston.
So Luke's in Washington State, not in Washington D.C.
That's right.
Yeah. I'm going, wait a second. You went all across the state just to go.
I misinterpreted that. I misinterpreted that. That's right. I was like, wait a minute. Like you caught me off guard. Like you do live like. Well, I've never been to Washington, so maybe like I could stay at your house, right, Luke?
You would like my trains, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, that's right. You are in the trades.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. All right, y'all. Well, I think, like I said, I think we're gonna wrap it up here. But gentlemen, if you want to hang out for just a second afterwards, we'll go ahead and-
Wait.
Oh,
One last thing.
one more thing. Let's
I
hear it.
forgot to sing my song.
Oh yes, let's hear it.
Okay. God save our gracious King. Long live our noble King. God save the King. Send him victorious, happy and glorious. Long to reign over us. God save the King.
There we go.
Yeah. It's Christmas time. Oh, down the line.
Yep.
Oh
There you
my
go.
goodness. I love it, guys. I love it. Like I said, go ahead and hang out for just a second. I'll sign us out, and then I'll meet you on the other side.
All right.
Oh,
bye.
man. But I had an absolute blast here hanging out with everyone tonight. I want to thank everybody who stopped in here tonight for the stream. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you did, please show me by liking, sharing, subscribing, following, commenting, doing all the things the algorithms enjoy you doing. That shows you're engaged with this channel and enjoying the content. And that being said, I hope you have a fantastic day. Take care.
God save the King.